We'll call the City Council meeting to order. It's 5 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson,
Present.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Shea,
Present.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and 14B, conference with labor negotiator. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code 54957 and 54957.6. We'll return after closed session. Thank you. Good evening. We've been in closed session. Deputy City Manager Viet Huang, do we have any actions to report?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Viet Huang, City Manager's Office. Under closed session, your honorable body continued items 10A and 14A to Tuesday, September 10th, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2, we honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. If there is anyone in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran, please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Please remain standing or rise, and Councilwoman Kalani will lead us in the flag salute, and Councilman Lewis in the invocation.
Please join me as we pay tribute to our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear Lord, as we gather here tonight, we thank you for each mind and heart that is present tonight. Please enable us to draw upon the wisdom of experience of yesterday as we respond to the questions and concerns of tomorrow. Let us pray for tolerance, that we can more carefully and thoughtfully listen to alternative points of view so that we may find collective solutions that benefit all people. Let us pray for health and happiness of our collective community. We ask for your guidance and grace. In your name, amen.
Thank you both. We're on item 3. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings.
Second.
Vote, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 4, announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Honor, Mr. Party and City Manager. Item 6C will be coming back at a future council meeting. Item 8H, Human Resources, approved job spec for capital projects construction superintendent will also be coming back. There are supplemental materials for item 7, oral communications. Item 9A from police to adopt resolution amending parking violation fine schedule for parking penalties assessed within the city of Torrance. Then item 9C from the city attorney to adopt ordinance amending Division 4 by amending the section 45.6 of the Torrance Municipal Code, prohibiting camping in public places, amending section 49.2.2 of the TMC, prohibiting fire in parks, adding section 45.3.33 to the TMC, prohibiting fires in public places, and adding section 45.1.9 to the TMC, regulating shelters in public places, and adding section 45.1.10 to the TMC, prohibiting loitering at bus stop sites, and consider South Bay City Council of Governments' request for cities to adopt Good Neighbor Pledge. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. Councilman Tucci, you want to lead us?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the swift and coordinated response to the unfortunate incident that occurred on Saturday, August 10th at Torrance Beach. A 40-foot juvenile fin whale which is considered endangered, washed ashore at the south end of our beach. Sadly, the well was in poor physical condition and was pronounced deceased by 8 p.m. This incident required an immediate and thoughtful response, and I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all those involved. Under the direction of the LA County Beaches and Harbors and LA County Fire Department's Lifeguards Division, along with biologists from the Marine Mammal Care Center and our Office of Emergency Service, who helped communicate the message to our community to avoid the area while the matter was being handled. Everyone involved arrived on scene quickly, performing a necropsy to collect crucial data and work towards identifying the cause of the tragedy. Their expertise and efficiency ensured that the whale's carcass was respectfully and responsibly transported back to sea, helping to maintain the safety and cleanliness of our beloved beach. I want to recognize the dedication and professionalism of everyone involved in this effort. Your prompt actions not only demonstrated a deep respect for marine life, but also reinforced our community's commitment to preserving the natural beauty and safety of Torrance Beach. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to take this opportunity to announce an important and meaningful project for our community. The City of Torrance is currently seeking proposals from qualified firms to design and construct a World War II internment camp memorial monument at Columbia Park, located at 4045 190th Street here in Torrance. This project will honor the approximately 160,000 people of Japanese ancestry who were unjustly incarcerated during World War II. The memorial will feature 12 black granite veneer walls engraved with the names of those who were incarcerated, a 25-foot flagpole, 2 interpretive display panels, and a variety of ADA-accessible amenities, including walking pathways, parking, and restroom facilities. We are looking for firms that can provide a full range of services, including schematic design, design development, construction documents and cost estimates, permitting, bid management, and construction administration. The deadline for proposals must be submitted electronically via the Planet Bids vendor portal by August 28, 2024 at 12 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. The RFP will open tomorrow, August 14th, and we encourage all interested parties to visit the city's RFP portal, Planet Bids vendor portal, for more details. This is a significant opportunity to contribute to a project that will serve as a lasting tribute to a critical moment in our nation's history. Please help us spread the word about this project by sharing this information with anyone who may be interested. For more details, visit torranceca.gov.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. I believe you also have the next one.
Thank you, I do. Today, I'd like to ask for concurrence from my colleagues on the City Council to request staff to explore the possibility of the annexation of the Los Angeles County unincorporated area known as El Camino Village into the City of Torrance. El Camino Village is an adjacent community just north of the City of Torrance. The borders include Marine Avenue on the north, Crenshaw Boulevard on the east, Redondo Beach Boulevard on the south, and Prairie Avenue on the west. With close to 1,500 single-family dwellings in this community, the annexation of El Camino Village presents a unique opportunity for our city to expand and integrate a neighboring community that already shares many of our values and interests. I believe that exploring this possibility could yield significant benefits for both El Camino Village residents and our city as a whole. I'd like to request staff to conduct an analysis including the potential impacts, benefits, and any challenges associated with this annexation and engage with the residents of El Camino Village to understand their perspectives and concerns. Do I have council concurrence?
I believe that's a 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. On May 21st, 2024, the City Council approved the 2025 Irish Fair and Music Festival at Charles H. Wilson Park to be held in summer of 2025. Since this is the first time the event is held in Torrance and has the potential of attracting many visitors and additional revenues to Torrance businesses and the city, the organizers of the event have requested city in-kind donation support to ensure a safe, festive, and successful event. With City Council concurrence, I'd like to ask staff to work with the festival organizers to develop any potential collaboration opportunities to ensure a successful event. Furthermore, I'm requesting that staff return to City Council with a tentative listing of city permit, facility rental, and public safety fees to seek concurrence on potential in-kind monetary assistance packages. May I please have concurrence? Thank you very much.
You got 7-0.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to item 6, community matters. Since items 6A, 6B, and 6D are all for adoption only, so I'm just going to read off the names and then we'll do one motion. Item 6C has been deferred. Item 6A is a resolution honoring Miguel Ayoke Jr. upon his retirement from the City of Torrance after 36 years of service. Item 6B is a resolution honoring Agnes Nguyen upon her retirement from the City of Torrance after 34 years of service. And item 6D is a resolution honoring Tanya Chang upon her retirement from the City of Torrance after 27 years of service. City Clerk, may I have the respective resolution numbers for 6A, 6B, and 6D?
Yes, Your Honor. The first is resolution number 2024-54, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Manuel Ayoke Jr. upon his retirement from the city after 36 years of service. The next is resolution number 2024-55, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Agnes Nguyen upon her retirement from the city after 34 years of service. And the last one is resolution number 2024-57, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Tanya J. Chang upon her retirement from the city after 27 years of service.
I make a motion to accept items 6A, 6B, and 6D.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6E. The Torrance Youth Council was established 45 years ago to identify youth issues and concerns, make recommendations and suggestions, advise and confer with the City Council, City Commissions, committees, and city staff on related matters. They officially represent the city in youth affairs and provide support to the ADDIC, the Torrance Teen Center. The Torrance Youth Council is comprised of 18 students representing Torrance Unified School District high schools, El Camino Community College, and private high schools in the city. Tonight, I would like to request that the City Council approve the appointment of 18 members to serve as the 2024-2025 Youth Council. Before you are sworn in, I would like each of you to come forward, introduce yourselves, tell us what school you will be representing.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette Berga, and I'm very excited to be returning to my second year on TYC. I am also currently a junior at North High School.
Hello, my name is Celine Chang, and I'm currently a junior going on to Torrance High School, and this is my second year on TYC, and I'm very excited. Thank you.
Nice to meet you all, you guys. My name is Nathan Hahn, and I'm going to be a junior at Torrance High School.
Hello, my name is Hannah Suk. I'm a rising senior at South High School, and I'm so excited to have my third year on TYC.
Hello, my name is Julia Choi, and I'm a senior at South High School, and this will be my 4th year at TYC.
Hello, my name is Kyungmin Ra. I am a rising junior and I'm from South High School.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexis Choi. I'm a rising senior at South High School and I'm excited for my 3rd year at TYC.
So next group, after you're done, maybe you go on the other side.
Yes. Hello, my name is Noah Johnson, and I'm going to be a rising senior at West High School.
Hello, my name is Priyanshu Sharma. I'm going to be a rising junior, and this is my 2nd year in TYC, and I go to camps.
Good evening, council members and staff. I'm Matthias Kim, and this will be my 3rd year on TYC. I'm a rising senior at West High School.
Good evening, my name is Bruce McCallum, and I will be a rising senior at West High School.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Cho, and I will be a rising junior at Camps High School.
Hello, good evening. My name's Anya Tripathi, and I'm going to be a rising sophomore at CAMS.
Hello, my name is Fabiana, and I'm a sophomore at North High School.
Good evening, my name is Ananya Rege, and I'm going to be a rising junior at Camps High School.
Hello, my name is Ethan Lee. I'm a senior at Torrance High School, and this is my 2nd year in TYC.
Is that everyone? Would I like all the new youth council just tighten up toward the middle so the parents can get a group photo? And if I can, I'll ask the city staff, we have at least 2 of them, maybe 1 on each side, to join them, right? Because you guys are going to be in this with them. Oh, we'll do the motion after this. We'll take the photo first.
No?
Thank you very much. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please? Oh. Okay. You have to swear them in, I think, right?
Your Honor, I make a motion that we approve these fine students as the members of the 2024-25 Torrance Youth Council.
And I'll only second that if 7 of them come up and take our places tonight. Second.
Thank you. I think the city clerks have to swear you in now.
I, Matthias Kim, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, and the Constitution of the State of California, against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of the State of California. I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and I will faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
All right, congratulations, the new youth council for the next academic year. Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral communication are limited to oral communication number 1, oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. City clerk, it's now 6:52. Please,
Charlie Salinas.
Good evening. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, headquartered right here in Torrance, has developed a new technique for police officers to subdue and handcuff combative people. It's called Safe Rap, W-R-A-P. And I'd like all the city council and all the staff to please see the video on this, and you won't believe how safe it is for police officers. Very little discomfort for the people being apprehended. I'd like to invite our chief to go over to Gracie Jiu-Jitsu with 3 or 4 police officers and get trained. Come back and train the rest of the police officers, and we will have no lawsuits for excessive force. We can put an end to that. We can save a lot of money. Please look into it. Thank you.
thank you.
Fred B.
Is there a Fred B?
Regarding the issue here on spray painted swastika inside a person's car, do you realize how unbelievable that sounds? But we live at a time that, I hate to say it, it's First Amendment, Constitution protected free speech. It's a fucked up cop with a fucked up job, a fucked up badge. Ain't it a shame that you can't say fuck? Fuck the police is just a word. It's all fucked up. When you paint a swastika in a person's car and then you post it out to all your buddies and friends. That's the reason why we're living in a fucked up world with fucked up people in a fucked up time in a fucked up country that you've created. Stop the fucking bullshit and save America. Vote for Trump. Oh, by the way, these are for the record, sir.
City Clerk, we call the next person.
Rabbi,
Is there someone who signed in as Rabbi? Okay, we'll go on to the next person.
Sherry,
Stop protecting Torrance police and show the citizens of Torrance that you have the courage and moral fiber to defend citizens against cops who murder, harass, and lie. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell was executed without a trial or evidence on suspicion of a petty crime within 15 seconds of being approached. Is this the type of government you swore to uphold? And it boggles my mind. If you have any children, if you could think about what that would be like for you. I demand justice for his family and for the entire community of Torrance by way of establishing an independent civilian oversight commission to provide necessary transparency and accountability for the Torrance Police Department. We've been asking for this for many years, and I think it's about time you acted on it.
Sherry,
Good evening, y'all. I'm coming to ask and request the formation of a civilian oversight committee. A lot of times I hear people say, there's really nothing to worry about if you haven't broken the law. You shouldn't be scared of things. And often that's not the case when people are stopped for various reasons. And we've seen what happens disproportionately to Black and brown people. And this is something that I feel really strongly about across our country. Since George Floyd died in 2020, and everyone around the world rose up in all our states, in many countries, and it was on everyone's mind as they watched this horrible thing happen on TV. Death of unarmed civilians are up by cops.
Mary Ann,
Community trust has been broken, and that fact has been true for decades. And then having a new chief come in, a third one, and since I've been here, to come in and run triage on this series of scandalous and compromising situations that Torrance PD has put you in, doesn't restore community trust. It's a very basic level of doing your job for sure, but it doesn't help community trust. Restoring community trust begins with doing something different. And one of those is offering an opportunity for more accountability, more transparency with the community, not at the community. And police are over-reformed. They don't do reform. They just kind of, honestly, watch them keep getting worse. We know it's a sham and a distraction for you to sweep more money in that allows them to, as usual.
Audrey,
For anyone here who doesn't know, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell in 2018 was killed by two cops who had only just approached his car with just 15 seconds. He never had a chance to defend himself in court. He will always remain just a suspect. Anthony Chavez, one of those cops, had also killed Michael Lopez just a year earlier. In August of 21, Torrance officers were caught painting swastika on an impounded car. In late 2021, the LA Times broke this texting scandal. In 2022, they were investigated by the California Office of the Attorney General. In August 22, more text messages were released. The city of Torrance has been sued for millions and millions over the past 5 years.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Carrie?
They've all came up already. We still have time, so anyone else in the public who wishes to speak, you can only do it once, sir. So anyone else who has not spoken for oral communications 1, please step up to the mic. You got 1 minute. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Acharya. I represent Hindu temple, only Hindu temple in South Bay that we are establishing in Torrance. And many of his honorable chairman and members also, you know that. And this 24th we are celebrating. Last year many of council members also attended. We are having a community event called Jeho, which is a India Independence Day, but it is more community event. Today, on behalf of our temple and the temple board of directors, we are here to welcome all of you to be part of that and give support for a peaceful and a blissful community in the city of Torrance. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have flyers. Yes. Thank you.
So we hope everybody comes. You will have a lot of food there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? We have few more minutes.
Just under the wire. Peter Brown, Torrance resident, President, Torrance Airport Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is regarding the proposal to eliminate Article 15 from the city charter. The Torrance city government continues its assault on the Torrance Airport. City staff suggests this change will have no effect as the city is already redirecting money from the airport fund into the general fund. True, but it is really about transparency and accountability. Airport community is not happy about this. We're not happy that we're not part of the discussion or never consulted. We're not happy that this was stuck into a larger document hoping nobody would notice. It worked. At the July 2nd meeting, not a single person got up from the public to speak about this because nobody knew about it. And how would they know about it? The elimination of the airport fund and associated accounting is just another way for the city to hide its neglect of the airport and avoid accountability and transparency. Thank you for listening.
I don't want to take up anybody else's time, but that your statement were actually not accurate. So anyone else from the public who wish to speak? You already spoken, sir. You can only do it once in oral communications.
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porchap. I'm very disappointed the new formation of these meetings. You know, no printed material for the public. You know, the public should have the right to read it. I know you have 2 booklets there, but you know, how the people gonna read it? You know, multiple people, that two things. I'm going to Redondo Beach meetings too. They have a short printout, so people know what's going on. You know what I mean? So this is absolutely disgusting. And then you say, this is because to save paper, you know? You could have saved $360,000 or $380,000 on this crap. $380,000 for a microphone? I hope you can hear better because you act like you don't hear shit from me. Never ever what I say, you just say thank you very much and peace off. You know what I mean? $380,000.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Okay, we have 3 more minutes. Anyone who has not spoken in oral communications number 1, sir, you can only speak 1 time during oral communications. Okay, so now we'll move on to the consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? I don't hear any, but I'd like to pull consent calendar 8F and 8G. And there is no other. I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 8F and 8G.
Motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 8F as in Frank and 8G as in George.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Since I pulled it, I just want to share. I'm going to share 8F and 8G together because I think it's the treasurer's monthly report. And it's just a comment. I really don't have a question. So if I look at May and June, if I look at page 4 in the staff report, this is just, it's just a request. I think in May, if you look at the third paragraph, the last sentence, there's one sentence that says the increase was largely due to property tax repayment. And I thought that was good. But when I look at June, it didn't have any verbiage. So I was just asking maybe for the future, if something went, we got more or we got less, maybe just a little bit of verbiage that just described what happened. The May one sort of did, the June didn't. So that was just a request in the future, just add a little verbiage. Is that okay? Great. Anyone else have any questions on this from the council? If not, I'll make a motion to approve item 8F and 8G.
Second.
The public comments for a consent calendar was done during the oral communication, sir.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item, going to administrative matters, item 9A from the Chief of Police. Is there a staff presentation?
Chief Hart, good evening, Mayor and Council. We do have no slide decks, but we do have a presentation from Supervisor Newman.
The penalty schedule needs periodic updates to include new, amended, repealed, and previously omitted codes. Resolution 2020-54 was adopted to incorporate the Torrance Municipal Code section for oversized vehicles in city parking lots while retaining the fines established over 10 years ago for parking violations. The resolution being considered tonight will revise the penalty schedule, include the new California Vehicle Code section 22500N, and will rename the document from parking violation bail schedule to parking violation penalty schedule. Following the passage of Assembly Bill 413, which introduced the new violation of 22500, no parking within 20 feet of a vehicle approach to an intersection, staff began working to include this violation in our current list of citable offenses. During this process, it was noted that the fine amounts for parking violations had not been reviewed for several years. Staff conducted a review of the municipal codes from 6 other cities and compared their parking fines to those of the city of Torrance. It was determined that increasing our fines by 20% would better align with them, with those other cities, thereby ensuring compliance with Vehicle Code Section 40203.5A. As you consider tonight's resolution, please take into consideration the increased cost of enforcement since the last adjustment to parking fines in 2014, as well as the deterrent effect that increased fines can have in discouraging violations. Promoting better compliance with parking regulations contributes to improved traffic flow and safety within the city. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the public who wish to speak on this item, please step, I think there's some who signed up first, so I'll let the city clerk call those who's,
Mary Ann?
I think it's interesting that this is coming up at the same time that you are revisiting and looking at how you're dealing with the houseless population in Torrance. And so it's hard to miss the intersection of these things, as well as the high-profile vehicle component, when we understand that a lot of folks, that there are folks who are doing their best to survive living in vehicles. And what this does to somebody who is in that situation. So.
okay. Next person, city clerk.
Carrie?
I'll uplift what Mary Ann said regarding higher fines for parked cars. And we're just seeing an all-out assault across the state, especially with what the governor passed recently. And, you know, we have a huge problem with people, a catastrophe with unhoused population here, but it's all over the country. And we're just trying to like disappear our unhoused neighbors into other areas, into other neighborhoods. And that's not what's gonna solve it. It's a paradigm shift, but that's a whole other 60 seconds. So I just hope that that we're careful, that we consider, you know, that folks do live in their cars.
Thank you. Next person.
BL?
Well, let's face it, another fucked up condition, right? A crisis on not just homelessness, but the crisis of those people living in those RVs or in their cars that can't afford to sustain themselves in an economy like this, when goddamn dumb bastards don't do their part to provide adequate housing. Not temporary, adequate housing. Something that they can live in. Not a shelter, not a shithole, and not the garbage hole, but an actual place to survive. Now, for those who are homeless or those struggling to live in their cars and RVs, whose fucking business is it of yours to tell them they have to move? Into where? Into what place? Because the issue here is it all goes around in a circle. Fuck the governor, fuck the mayor, and fuck the DA for putting charges against people like that.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Please come to the mic.
Hello, it's Andy Porchap. I don't know, Goober, if you remember when I came to this meeting first time, it was about new rules about how to park bicycles on the city grounds property here. I don't know if you remember that. I was Andy back then, but you bastard called me Andy Porchap after, not Andy Porchap, just Porchap, because I just told you I'm Andy. You know what I mean? But back to the point. How is Timmy Goodrich gonna collect all those unpaid parking fees what Mrs. Cortez couldn't collect? Because now Timmy shithead Goodrich is gonna be in big trouble collecting all these fines and fees from the homeless people and other people who doesn't pay and sending them to the Skid Row.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item, please step up to the mic.
This isn't the first time I've been here when you were criminalizing and punishing homeless people. The last time was putting them in tiny homes right next to the police department. Tiny homes that none of you would allow anybody that you love to spend one night in. People are unhoused for the most part because they're poor. Clearly, you have no compassion for poor people and unhoused people, and you should all be ashamed. This adding to the prohibitions of people to be on the street, to rest on the street, sit on the street, lay on the street, in public places, it's cruel and inhuman.
Thank you. I just want to remind the audience, this item 9A is not the issue about homelessness. It's really an item on parking fine. Okay, so please stay on topic. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? And please don't talk out loud from the back, please. You're disrupting our meeting. Okay, I will come up to the council. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. As I was reading this, I do understand that the premise behind raising some of the parking fee violations, but I have two issues out of this particular resolution. Issue number one that I have is the street sweeping piece of it. So most of the street sweeping tickets are given out in high-density areas with apartment buildings, and it's set at $52. And if you're a lower-income resident in those affected areas, it becomes a burden to have to continuously pay for parking violations. And there's a lack of parking in some of those areas with high-dense areas. There are people that work various shifts and sleep past when they're supposed to move the car. I've always thought that the parking fee for street sweeping is too high. It's not like that our debris from our roadways don't go into sump pumps, so it's not going directly into the ocean. And I really have an issue with us setting the fee at such a high amount and then to turn around and make it late 21 days later when some people get paid maybe once a month. I think we should be looking at that. I have no other issues with the schedule other than that one item for street sweeping, because I think it's restrictive and it penalizes people that don't have a driveway for their homes, that don't have a garage to park in. They have no other choice but to park on the street. Yes, we do want them to be removed. We want to give out a ticket, that's fine, but let's not make it so it's so unreasonably high. I think we could do better. And street sweeping tickets, that's easy. All you got to do is write tickets versus being proactive and like getting someone without a parking placard in the handicap spot or getting another parking violation. But I think for this particular one, I'd actually like to see it lowered because it tends to penalize those who don't have the ability to park in their driveway and might have to park 3 or 4 blocks away. So if it weren't for that provision, then I would be okay with the rest of it. But I just think it is not an equal penalty when you have people in high density areas like apartment buildings that have no place to park other than the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of council? Councilman Gerson.
I have 2 questions. Joy. My first question was, why did we move to a comparative model to determine perhaps where our penalties and fines should be? And are there any other models that we could, or methodologies we could go to in determining our structure?
This is the only avenue I knew to go, was to see what other agencies are doing as far as their codes go. So that's why we went this route.
My second question builds a little on Councilmember Lewis's comments, which is, have we considered a tier system, separating those who forget to move their car in this case versus those who are more habitual violators?
We have not looked into a tiered system. It's straight across the board as far as the fines go, and then there is one after the 21-day period. There is a penalty of $35, but then from there it doesn't go up anymore. And it's to have a tiered system is going to take a lot of work with being able to have the infrastructure to track those plates on how many times that person is cited, and you would have to have something that would communicate directly to the ticket machine or to the officer in the field to tell them, hey, it's a different violation, or it's a different amount, higher amount, that type of thing.
I'd be curious what that would entail and the cost on that. Just, I know that even as law enforcement are moving to camera to be able to, and AI to be able to identify vehicles, that perhaps there is a technological way of assisting our officers. So just a couple of things that I was thinking about.
If I may, sir, currently there is no legislation allowing us to use cameras. We looked at that for many years to try to put cameras on street sweepers. There were a couple of cities that tried it as a pilot program, but then the legislation shut it down. So there is no lawful way to do that right now. I know in the future it will be there, but as of right now, it's not available.
Thank you, sir.
Just if I may, on the street sweeping, the 6 city survey, only one city was below us by $3. Other than that, every city that we've gone to was higher than we were at $43.
Thank you. Just for Councilman Gerson's sake, the use of cameras, yeah, we've been, city staff know I've been on that for 6 years. So I'm still waiting for the legislation to change on that one. That would make it easier.
Mayor, I know I'm not next, but I just wanted to tag on to that before we went away. Why aren't we using ALPR?
Using ALPR to do what?
If I can, just Chief Hart, Torrance Police Department. So there's questions right now that are going back technology, and this conversation is starting to focus on street sweeping. We will be bringing an item to council very soon to address specifically street sweeping. What you'll see in that cost item is the cost it takes for employees in the process to write a ticket, and how currently right now the city of Torrance is subsidizing the program, meaning it costs more to issue those citations than the city is recouping money. So we will get in those details. We don't have all those today. When it comes to technology and using ALPR, we are seeing nearby cities use that technology, so that would be license plate readers. And those are being used in conjunction with places where they have permit parking for times. So what that means is the parking enforcement car drives through an area, it picks the license plates that are parked at that specific street at that specific time. The parking enforcement officer comes back 2 hours later. If those license plates are still registered there, it comes up on their screen. The parking enforcement officer then has to get out, write the ticket, and issue it to them. When you look at the parking strategy that we've had in the city of Torrance compared to other cities in the South Bay, we don't really have those types of streets and those types of enforcements. There are some areas where we could do it, like downtown business district in the city of Torrance. The assistant chief, I have given him a task recently, and he's working with the team on staff report to try to leverage that technology. We are sending the team out to the city of Santa Barbara because they have a very robust program just like that, is also trying to use some newer technology to expand that to other types of parking violations. So we are working that in-house, leveraging ALPR.
Appreciate that, Chief. And I know that I think when I was a newly elected councilman, I think probably only Councilman Matucci and I were on the council at the time. I believe an exhaustive council item. It might have been 2019. I still remember the analysis. It reflected exactly what you said. And then also during that session, I just want the public to know that City of Torrance is not like we're looking around lurking, just trying to get you on street sweeping parking violations. Based on my knowledge, we don't have that many parking enforcement that's just trying to say we got you. And, and it's really difficult to do some kind of a tier system. So if it's no parking from like 8 a.m. to 6 a.m., when the parking enforcement person come there, he or she just looks if the car is there between 8 and 11. And it's almost like, it's like a red light. When you go through a red light, you don't count. This is the first time I did that, or I drove through a stop sign. Is it the first time I did it, or my third time? It makes it a little bit difficult, but as technology improves and the legislation allows us, we could, looking forward to anything we could do it to be smarter and less labor intensive, and maybe we could look at what we do then. But I understand the issue. Appreciate it. I just want I remember we talked that hours that night. I think. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Lewis, do you have a question? If you wanna, I don't wanna. If you have a trainer, you wanna.
She's actually clicked in next, so.
I just want you to go ahead. I'll take my questions after that. If you wanna go first.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you for answering the ALPR question, because I know some of our cities have done that before. And the only thing that I was going to say is, for me, I would love to table this until we get all of that information back that Chief referred to. I think it would make us make better decisions on what we can and cannot use technology on, and if there is a procurement that possibly needs to be done to make our parking enforcement officers' jobs a little easier with that data exchange. I think if we delay that and do it all in one holistic vote, I think that would be better for me, because that way we don't have to go back and adjust for this parking violation or that parking violation. And I still stay with the street sweeping tickets it's a problem for people that don't have a place to park, period. And it's also an issue when you don't give them at least 30 days in between receiving the ticket and having to pay, because they're not expecting to have to pay for that ticket, and not everyone is rich in the city of Torrance. And so I think if we give our community a little bit more time to maybe get that second paycheck in to pay for the ticket, I think that would be giving some of our residents that don't have driveways or garages a little bit of grace for not moving in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor.
I think you're still up, Councilman Shake.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for the presentation and providing the details. I appreciate that. My questions are, there are some violations that are very dangerous rather than the others. So your comments earlier, the 20% increase across the board, I have a little concern with that. I would go if it's like nowadays you see a lot of people, they're crossing the red signals. I think some of those can cause huge danger. It's a quality. It can really kill somebody, and it happens quality. So my point is that rather than going 20% across the board, can we find a mechanism to not increase for the parking violations, but go for the ones that are really causing danger, huge danger for the community? Can we look into anything like that?
I can only speak to the parking aspect of it. I think what you're asking is something that would have to be done through the court, to have those crimes, those things you're talking about, running stop signs and red lights, have nothing to do with my item tonight.
Okay.
That is in and of itself something totally different. Those fines are set by the court and not by your honorable body.
But the list that you're providing us, I see some of them are stop signs, or the range for, when I read this, it says that the range is from $38 to $396.
Yes,
So-
sir. $38 for like no front plate and $396 for handicap.
So it's a multiple violations, right?
There's a variety, yes, for
Variety.
parking issues, not driving.
A lot of, okay. Okay,
it's
so
parking issues, not
parking
driving.
issues, not for, okay. All right. The second question I wanted to ask, do we have any data, how many outstanding tickets that we haven't collected?
Last I looked, we have approximately $900,000 in outstanding tickets right now.
And do we know how many we issued or any data?
I would have to have a time frame that you would like to look at, but I wouldn't venture to guess at this point.
Yeah, I'd like to get some more data on this. I think we should table that now and get some more information and like to, rather than going across 20%, possibly look at the nature of the violation and then go with that. But thank you for the presentation.
What time frame would you like to see, sir?
I'll leave it up to you. I don't want to rush it. If you don't have, if you do not have, you need time for the information, you tell me, how much time do you need?
It's not the time that I'm asking for me to do it.
Yeah.
I'm asking, do you want January 1st to December 31st?
Oh, the time frame you're looking for?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Sure, that should be 3 months from January to March, that'll be okay. Thank you.
Assistant City Manager Santana, yeah, comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. I just wanted to clarify that would be subject to the council's overall direction. Once you conclude this matter, staff will take back any direction should you wish not to proceed this evening.
Understand, thank you. Matter of fact, I think my recollection when we discussed this in 2019, I believe I could do recollection that we had at the time, I don't know if it's still true now, we had like 2 parking enforcement officers at the time. And it's not just outstanding parking violations. I think we are probably, like I said, we're not aggressively looking for finding people for parking violations. So, they're just doing their best with 2 people, and that's not the highest priority of our force, is looking around for parking citations. So I think there's actually a lot of folks who probably have been parking when they shouldn't be and not be fined. I believe if we're able to look at the data, that data is probably hard to track. But I remember when we had that exhaustive discussion on that.
Mayor, if I may, excuse me, Adam Torrance, City Manager. As Chief stated, we're in the process of working through a mechanism to bring in additional support based on community concerns with and input from our Public Works Department, but vehicles not being moved. We plan on using an education campaign first prior to active enforcement, but that will be one of the items we'll be discussing when we bring back the item.
Absolutely.
On the street sweeping.
I know, because when it comes to, I'm looking at the, Assistant City Attorney there, when enforcement is one of those things, the way I understand it is you have to be evenly doing enforcement. And we get complaints when people that says, my neighbor's car never moves, I'm exaggerating a little bit, and they never get a ticket. And then we have some people who never got a ticket, and one time they got one, they said, I never received a ticket, I got one. And then I asked, did you park the car between the time on that day that says no parking? It says, yes, but I never got a ticket before. And I know the parking enforcement person go there, they don't look at that, they just look and they try to do it, whether if you're in, your neighborhood, another neighborhood. I think it's some people like it, some people don't like it, and I know it's a hard job. So I know you have a tough job right here. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel like Groundhog's Day. We've been through this a few times, especially, I think it was 2019, and we beat that horse to death. I believe the amount that we spend to actually write those tickets is around $65 each. So at the time, well, right now it's $43. We're looking at $52. So even at $52, we're not recuperating the actual cost. So it's not a money-making mechanism. We just want people to move their cars. Now, having said that, Anza is a great example. Spencer Street is a great example of areas that have problems with parking. But the real issue, stems also from Sacramento. Got to build more housing. Some of the housing doesn't require parking. These are I don't want to say unintended consequences, because I think the legislators know the outcome. But unfortunately, what we're looking at is we have to choose. Are we going to clean our streets properly? Or are we going to have street sweepers that are just basically zooming down the middle of the road? We're just really wasting a lot of resources doing that. I think the schedule that's put together is fair. I think and by the way, thank you for putting the item together, because I know you look at each one individually and not just, throw numbers out there. Again, this is not a money-making thing for the city of Torrance. And I commend our council members that have concerns for our residents, especially in areas of high density, but unfortunately, we have a job of keeping our streets clean. They have a duty to move their cars on street sweeping day. Now, I've mentioned this in the past. I hope that we somehow get to a point where once a street sweeper goes by, the individuals can park back there and not worry about getting a ticket. It used to be done like that in Redondo Beach. Now that Athens took over the street sweeping, they no longer do that. But it was before the street sweeper went by, you would get a ticket. Once it goes by, even if it's a 3-hour window, you wouldn't get a ticket. Now, unfortunately, that changed over there. But that's definitely something that I would advocate for and continue to advocate for, to where if you do live in a high-density area and you work from home, you already know, once the street sweeper starts coming by, go move the car. Once it drives by, then you can park it back in that section. Then it makes life a little bit easier. If not, you get your steps in. Unfortunately, we live in areas that we have shortages of parking. As a matter of fact, even where I live, I have to park across the street, even though I have a driveway, but it's a very small driveway. Big cars, small driveway, not a good combination. So I'd ask for the council to approve the fee schedule as presented, with the caveat of, once we do come back with revisiting the street sweeping program, which, by the way, I know the street sweepers go by, but cars are still parked and I don't see any tickets. And the occasional ticket is probably from neighbors complaining. So I hope we can get back on schedule and do things with, enforcement is not to punish people, it's just to get them to move the car. And at $52, we're not even recuperating our cost. So I would ask the council to approve it as is, and also work on the street sweeping program to make it a little bit more comfortable for our residents in high-density areas. So that's my position.
If I can shed some light on the money aspect of it, a $43 ticket right now, any of our tickets, they have 5 stages at which they can pay. So I use $43 because that's a standard amount throughout our municipal code. If that $43 is paid within the first 21 days, the city recoups $30.10. And then as you go down, the stages go deeper and deeper. After stage 5 or scenario 5, that money that the city recoups goes down to $19.41. So it is definitely not a moneymaker for the city.
That's what I recall, 2019 too.
That was a long discussion back then, and it's, these are just unfortunate situations. Again, we have to decide, are we going to properly clean the streets or properly enforce really the laws without being too damaging to people's pocketbooks? And I get it. I'm not made out of money myself. So when I get, and I've gotten tickets, sometimes I just forget. But boy, once you get it once or twice, you start remembering. I actually have a reminder on my phone now that says move the car. Exactly what it says, move the car.
And I would just like to reiterate what the chief said. This is a bail schedule for everything, and we keep talking about street sweeping, but as the chief has said, we'll come back to that at some point in time in the future. This is just a 20% increase across the board.
Yeah, which I think, with we haven't actually done that in a few years, and with the increases of cost of doing business, I mean, again, I don't think we're actually recuperating most of that money.
Yeah, it's been 10 years at least.
10 years, yeah. So I think we're due across the board, unfortunately, and hopefully people don't get tickets because they'll move their cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you. So let me go back and reiterate again. I don't have a problem with the 20% across the board. People should move their cars. What I'm saying is, I think, and Chief Hart, correct me if I'm wrong, that you said we're looking at a variety of other things that fall into the parking range as far as technologies and ways to do things. So all I'm asking for tonight is that we table it, allow you to get your research and your data together, and then bring this back as an entire package. The other issue that I have is just the sheer cost that of the street sweeping ticket that falls on our lower income residents in Torrance because they don't have a driveway to do it. And I get it. And I get the need for the street sweeping. I'm not saying all of that. It's okay that that they receive a ticket, maybe not so much. So I would like this as an entire package coming back so we can look at everything together at the same time. Thank you.
Councilman, go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief Hart, just for the community and for the mayor and council, I'd like to be really clear. I don't have any data in front of me to show that park and enforcement is issuing most of its street sweeping tickets to low-income people that live in apartments. I would challenge that information only because the parking program that we have in place, really right now with our limited parking enforcement officers, they are focusing on crossing guards, they're focused on helping traffic collisions. They do focus on parking enforcement, but it is really hard with the limitations of how many people we have. We will collect the data that we have available to show that, but our approach to doing not only street sweeping, but all parking enforcement, a lot of it is based on right now on calls for service. If somebody's blocking a driveway, we respond there. If somebody has a community complaint, we respond there. So it really is community driven. I've been very clear about the direction that I've given to the Torrance Police Department with what we're doing in collaborative form with the Department of Justice. And it is not an approach that looks to target people that live in apartments or low income. We will gather that data, but I do want to be very cautious.
I don't even want you to go down that road because that's not the road that we're going down at all.
Oh, okay.
Okay, not even at all. What I'm trying to say is, and I stopped you because you're going down the Department of Justice road and we don't need to go there. What I'm trying to say is most of the impacted folks that received street sweeping tickets tend to live in higher density areas and get more impacted than those that live in single family residences. That's what I'm trying to say. Not that we're targeting anybody. It tends to be people who live in apartments that get most of the tickets because everyone in those high dense areas, and there are a lot in District 2, everybody's got to move their car off the street. Those are hundreds of cars, and where are they going to go? Because most of the streets are on the same street sweeping schedule. So if I go and move my car 4 streets over, I'm not going to find any place because they're getting swept too. You can't go really put it in a parking lot, like near the hospital is a big one for that one, because it's either paid parking or you're not allowed to because it's for businesses. All I'm saying is if we can bring back everything all at once, that would be helpful with the entire schedule, what we're looking at, the technology, the statistics, I think that Councilmember Shake was asking for, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, is how many tickets that we've given out in a calendar year. I think that's what he was asking for, was he not?
You're correct. Okay. Yes.
And so I don't want anyone to walk out of here and say we're targeting people, because that's not it at all. Or we're targeting low-income people, also not that at all. It's those people that live in higher density areas that tend to get the most impact from the street sweeping tickets. That's all we're saying, and bringing it back in the package.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Post-COVID-19, we went from 6 bodies to 4. And we have been at 4 consistently since COVID. So to equally distribute parking enforcement throughout, we adopted a calls for service approach as our primary response to street sweeping violations, because we could not equitably service all 5 routes, because there's 5 routes 4 days a week. So although I understand what Councilwoman Lewis is saying, the calls for service still are going to be in the high density areas because that's where the most of the cars are. So I don't disagree with her with the high density, but I can tell you, having done it for 20 plus years, the vast majority of those calls that comes in for calls for service are in high density areas. And then do we stop responding to those just because they are a high density area? Not only do those calls come in for service, but we're constantly helping Public Works. I get emails from them almost weekly about areas that the street sweepers aren't able to hit the curbside, and a lot of those have to do in high-density areas. So it's one of those things where we're kind of chasing our tail in that we have to respond to the calls for service, and those calls for services are in the areas that we're concerned about. So that would be my only explanation for the calls for service in high-density areas.
Yeah, no explanation needed, got it, understand. I've even called and said, hey, can you send a street sweeper down my street because cars haven't moved? My only part to this is maybe reducing those fees. I'm not saying don't ticket it, it's definitely needed, but maybe reducing the bail schedule for a street sweeping ticket. Because it does say we can either raise it or lower it. That's my only point.
Councilman Gerson.
I was just going to say if, because I would like to hear this whole thing as a package, I was going to say if that is a motion to postpone until we can see everything as a package, then I would be seconding that motion.
Chief Hart, it's going to come from the mayor council. If I could just get clarity on, repeat back what I'm hearing that is said that some council members like in this package, it would be to take this item that was looking at adjusting the parking fees, which haven't been looked at or adjusted in over a decade, attach that to some of the questions that were asked. In addition, attach that to a report on technology and how that could be leveraged. Attach that also to how many outstanding parking tickets have not been paid, how many have we given totally, something about a tiered system parking if something like that exists, and then looking at actually lowering the prices, lowering street sweeping, and looking at the model for outsourcing street sweeping. So all that together on one big package.
I think you attempted to capture what was all there. I'm just not sure that our council's going to vote that way yet.
Got it.
Okay, just want to make sure, because I think what's happening is right now is, this is a fee schedule adjustment item, and this is just me. I think the two of us have gone through this many times. I know the difficulty of trying to do an enforcement that you can figure. It's either fine or no fine. I think it's much more straightforward to have a tier system. My preference would be is we look at the fee schedule today on this item, face value, and we vote on that. If we want to ask staff for another action, which is something I know the city staff already knows, and you already know, Chief Hart, I've been looking for better ways of doing this, and that takes some time. This fee schedule, even with the adjustment, as you have said, we're not recouping anyway. I think the dollars are fine, but I think, the action taken is there a better way or, a more efficient way to do this? When staff is ready to present that to us, I would say bring that up, because it's hard to give you a target on when that's available. It's like I can't tell when state legislation is going to change on some of these things that we can do. And if we become more efficient, maybe at that point we could say, well, man, we got a system that's so efficient that maybe we could come back to implement this and do a fee adjustment in the future. I mean, that's the approach I would go down, but I'm going to listen to my colleagues. More have clicked in. I would focus on the fee schedule today, and then what other, you guys can come back with any recommendations future. That was my idea. City
Mayor,
Manager?
Adam Chapman, City Manager. You also have an option to adopt the fee schedule as proposed, except the one on street sweeping, and consider that part of the broader discussion I'm looking at.
Okay, just pause the street sweeping one, just that one item, and we could carve that one out as a separate item to.
Exactly.
City Attorney, is that possible, or it's up a resolution since it's a packaged? Or leave it as is?
Yeah, I'd have to, let me look at the resolution really quickly. But obviously, Your Honor, you're running the meeting, but I do believe we have a motion and a second. So I wanted to let you know.
Oh, yeah, well,
I
he-
thought
Nobody had
there,
motion
I
yet.
thought he said if that's a motion, I
She
second
did
it.
not make a motion.
Oh, okay, there's no motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, no, she saw the click in. Well, go ahead. Did you want to respond to?
I'll take a look at the resolution. I don't think it's written that way, so I think we'd have to come back. If you did that tonight, then I think we'd have to come back with a different reso. But if you could give me a moment.
Okay. At this moment, I think there are a few council members who's clicked in. So I can go with Councilman Gertson first.
I just wanted to clarify that, because Chief, one thing you'd brought up is looking at contracting out. I want you to know that I do not support contracting out street sweeping, nor do I support contracting out parking enforcement. I like it in-house. I like that our mayor and council can text our own people and that we have control over our city. And so wanted to make that clear. Because those of you who do, all of our unions will be contacting you on that.
Councilman, if I may,
Yes.
if I may, we are exploring hybrid options in lieu of staffing shortages to help us maintain the program with the intent that we continue to staff with city personnel. It's an option we've used in code enforcement as we build out our code enforcement team. And it's a hybrid model. And again, anything with the full outsourcing will require notice, meeting confer, council action, just for clarification.
Based on approved budget.
The second thing on my list is our actual cost. I think it's important that we know the cost of issuing said ticket, to know how much we are not recouping, or how much, or when we break even. I think that's important knowledge for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I just want to say that I will be supporting this resolution as stated. This can always change. I know that parking in high-density areas is a challenge, but that's not going to change. And I also know from walking and driving throughout the city that the high-density areas are the areas that typically need it the most. I'll walk by cars with trash piled up as high as the tires between the curbs. And people will see me, they will call me, they will write to me, they will complain. So we do need those cars moved so that the city can be clean. I don't know if we can think about, if it's, unfortunately, if the fee's not enough, then people won't care and they'll just write in their credit card to make that payment. I don't know if there's something, and this is a question to staff, where if someone's truly on Section 8, or if they truly can't afford it, then is there a waiver program that we can think about? Maybe that's a better way, but some of this trash is just really piled up around these cars, and that's a problem as well. Is there a possibility to have any type of subsidy?
I think our assistant city attorney has a comment on what you just asked.
Okay.
Actually, it was in response to your earlier request, Your Honor.
Sure.
If it is the desire of a majority of the council, then we can pass a resolution. We'd have to read some additional language into the record for just the parking violations and leave out the street sweeping. And the assistant city manager is working on that right now to assist. Thank you.
Got it.
I was going to press the request to speak button, but I'm having technical difficulties. Sorry.
Okay, I thought you were going to respond that it might be hard to determine, who's on Section 8, and yeah, because that's almost like, yeah, if you get a speeding ticket, then same thing too.
Yeah, I don't know if we have a program after the
And
fact.
there may be several different drivers of the same vehicle, so
Right.
it creates other considerations.
No, understand. I understand the challenge. It's always hard when we have special conditions. Councilwoman Lewis, you clicked in?
I did. Let me go back and reiterate again. It's not about our streets not being clean, because I agree with Councilwoman Kalani. We do need our streets to be clean. What I'm saying is the reason we have that amount of outstanding is it's probably the same people getting hit over and over and over again. And I don't want to create an extra burden by increasing the ticket by 20%. That's a lot of money. I mean, it's already expensive to live in California, and now we're going to tack on another 20% to the easiest ticket that you'll ever write, because literally it's an auto site, right? So I'd rather focus on the other parking violations. I have no problem with them whatsoever, but if we can take this one line out tonight, wait for, and to the folks at the police department, I know that was a long list, Chief Hart, but I think most of the data is probably already done through records and pulling it out through RMS. But it's that one thing that because I hear it from my residents all the time. I work overnight. What am I supposed to do? One of them, it was a deputy sheriff from the LA County Sheriff's Office that lives in my district that says, I work nights. I come home at 6 o'clock. I go to bed. I'm not waking up. And I get it, and I get the need for it, but maybe not a 20% increase over what we already have. That was my only point.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Yeah, a lot was going on. I don't know that my question got answered. Is there a subsidy program or the ability to have a subsidy program if really, truly someone can't afford the ticket?
Waiver that the people can go through, so that is through our ticket processing agency, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like I'm gonna just give the council a second, just to see if anyone clicks in before Councilman Matucci makes his motion. Okay, Councilman Matucci, you're up.
Enough time. All right, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion based on the idea that we can come back and make changes to the street sweeping. So please don't be mad at me, but I move that we actually accept the fee schedule as is, with the idea that we can come back in the future with all the data and make changes individually.
So you're adding to come back with the data, and then we can make adjustment if we need to.
Correct.
Well, we can. Okay.
Yeah, I know that.
There's an item coming back anyway.
That's right.
Yeah, I didn't ask for a number and title yet because I don't know we have the votes yet. Right, so we'll go with the vote, then I'll ask for a number and title of it, if it applies.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Yeah, number and title, maybe.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I guess I could.
Start voting, please.
Do we need a number and title?
Yeah, come to think of it, it's probably better to ask for a number and title before we do the final vote.
Would you like to add to the motion that you're adopting the resolution?
Yes.
Motion maker.
Yes.
Seconder? Would you like to add to
Yes.
adopting?
Yes.
This would be resolution number 2024-58, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, repealing resolution number 2020-54 and adopting an amended parking violation penalty schedule for parking penalties assessed for parking violations within the City of Torrance. And everybody has voted except Councilmember Matucci. There you go. Your Honor, that motion carries. Councilmember Gerson and Councilmember Lewis voting no.
Okay. Thank you. I guess this one wasn't as long as 2019, though. Item 9B from Public Works Director. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Honorable City Council. Item 9B is a recommendation to approve a second amendment to the Measure M multi-year sub-regional funding agreement with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority to extend the lapsing date of the grant funds for the Torrance School Safety and Accessibility Program, I-188. In 2019, the city was awarded $7.185 million in Measure M competitive grant funds to improve infrastructure in neighborhoods surrounding 6 elementary schools throughout the city to encourage pedestrian and bicycle modes of transportation to the schools. The first 2 neighborhoods around Fern and Seaside Elementary Schools are currently under construction, and the remaining 4 neighborhoods around Carr, Anza, Walteria, and Torrance Elementary Schools are currently in design. Metro typically establishes an initial 36-month lapsing period for their funding agreements, which can then be extended 1 year at a time via formal amendments. This is done to avoid unnecessarily tying up funds for long periods of time. The Metro Board has approved the second amendment, and staff is requesting the same of the City Council. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Are there anyone from the public who wishes to make a comment on this item? Please come to the mic.
Hi, this is Porchap again. I'm all for the, repairing and improving our infrastructure and this and that. And not long time ago, you guys spent over $3 million paving my street and everything, and it was appreciated and very nice. Finally, we got a nice street, except it's getting torn up and constant work on it, and it's ruined already, and all for, recycled sewage water. You know what I mean? For recycled sewage water, you ruined the work you did for $3.6 million in my neighborhood. So I just wish this work was going to be done for 7.5. It's not going to be ruined in 2-3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? I don't see any. Any members of the council who wish to speak on this item? Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank the staff, Mr. Belazarian. We had long conversation. In fact, I know that you had to get out of your meeting and you were in the middle of something. Then you answered a lot of my questions. I appreciate that. And I want to thank also your team to securing $7 million for Torrance school safety over the years, and also for the accessibility program. Just for public awareness, I'd like you to please elaborate on 3 things. First of all, I know this is an amendment to extend the lapsing date, but for public awareness, would you please elaborate briefly why extension is needed? And the second, which phase are we in right now for this program? And the third one is, when are we planning on completing all those phases? Thank you so much.
Council member, thank you for your questions. The extension is needed due to several factors. Back when we initially submitted the grant application in 2019, we had to anticipate a project schedule, which we did, which would have the project starting in July 2019. Unfortunately, due to COVID and other reasons, the funding agreement actually was not even executed until May 29th of 2020. So we lost a year, almost a year right up front. The other factor is that based on our previous experiences on some of our sidewalk projects, we've changed our design process to engage citizens during the design process, and so that has extended the time necessary to go through the full design. So those are the 2 main factors that have led to this extension being necessary, but these extensions to these Metro funding agreements are pretty commonplace. The second question I think you had was, where are we in as far as the current phase of the project?
Yes.
As mentioned, the first 2 schools, Fern and Seaside, are currently under construction. We anticipate those completing construction probably close to spring of 2025. The next 4 schools around Carr, Anza, Walteria, and Torrance are currently in design. We anticipate starting construction of those projects probably closer to fall of 2025. And then if you could repeat your third question.
Sure. The last question was for the entire project that we have, when are we expecting to do everything?
Well, this particular grant is the first of two that we've received. We received another $10 million to do, I believe, 4 other additional schools. That's a separate funding agreement. That's not part of this item. That one is still early in the design stages, so that's probably still 2 to 3 years out.
But for this item, for $7 million, how long will it be to complete?
Probably late 2025, early 2026.
And we don't need any more funding. That should be enough to cover all this accessibility and safety issues.
Well, we'll have to see once we get construction bids for the second group of projects.
Okay, thank you. I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the council have comments or questions on this item? If not, I'll take a motion and concur with recommendation of the Public Works Director and approve the Second Amendment to Measure M multi-year sub-regional funding agreement.
Motion to concur with the recommendation and approve the Second Amendment.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9C from the City Attorney. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Jean Ray Litvin from the City Attorney's Office. This item is in response to Council's direction for the City Attorney's Office to review the Torrance Municipal Code to see what amendments were needed in light of the Supreme Court's decision in the Grants Pass case. Tonight, I'll give you a brief overview of the legal framework that we're working within and then discuss potential amendments to our municipal code. This item also asks your honorable body to consider the South Bay City's Council of Governments request to adopt a Good Neighbor Pledge. As you know, on June 28, 2024, the United States Supreme Court issued the much anticipated decision in the City of Grants Pass versus Johnson case. In order to explain that ruling, we have to go back to the Martin versus City of Boise case. In 2019, the Ninth Circuit Court ruled a Boise law that prohibited camping in public to be a violation of the Eighth Amendment. Their reasoning was that if no shelter space was practically available to a person, they had no other option than to sleep in public, and to criminalize that behavior amounted to cruel and unusual punishment. Many agencies, including Torrance, had laws similar to Boise, and the Boise decision tied the hands of agencies within the Ninth Circuit. The result was that many cities faced injunctions and other legal challenges related to laws that they had in their own cities. The City of Grants Pass in Oregon had a series of laws that prohibited sleeping in public spaces, and it was challenged by several people in Grants Pass. That case worked its way through the court system, and the Ninth Circuit ruled consistently with their ruling in Martin versus Boise. They determined that because Grants Pass didn't have shelter available, all of the homeless individuals in their city, in their jurisdiction, without access to shelter were therefore involuntarily homeless, and it would be cruel and unusual punishment to impose criminal penalties upon them. These cases, as you know, created significant challenges for agencies because of their lack of clarity about, amongst other things, what counted as available shelter. At the request of Grants Pass, as well as many different states, cities, and counties, the United States Supreme Court granted review of the Grants Pass decision. In the 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court rejected the prior conclusions of the Ninth Circuit. The Supreme Court concluded that the Grants Pass ordinances regulated conduct, not status, and that they did not violate the Eighth Amendment. The ruling discusses how the cruel and unusual punishment clause was adopted originally to ensure that the United States would never resort to cruel punishments that were calculated to add terror, pain, or disgrace. And when the Eighth Amendment was written, for reference, English law still allowed for disemboweling, quartering, public dissection, and burning alive, even though those practices had fallen into disuse. The Eighth Amendment sought to prevent those methods of punishment from being used in the United States because they were cruel and at that point unusual. In Grants Pass, the initial offense at issue here would trigger a civil fine. Repeated offenses would trigger being banned from the park. And only after that, if violating the stay away from the park, could somebody face criminal punishment, such as 30 days in jail or a larger fine. The punishments in Grants Pass were found to be similar to those used for punishing offenses throughout the country. They weren't designed to add terror, pain, or disgrace. Therefore, the Supreme Court concluded that the criminal punishments in Grants Pass were neither cruel or unusual. The Grants Pass decision also focused on the difference between criminalizing the status versus criminalizing conduct. The conclusion was that the Grants Pass ordinances did not criminalize the mere status of being homeless. Instead, the laws were directed at regulating the conduct of everyone. And to quote the Supreme Court, they define everyone as whether the charged defendant was homeless, was a backpacker on vacation passing through town, or a student who abandoned his dorm room to camp out in protest on the lawn of a municipal building. The result of the decision in Grants Pass is that the rule in Martin v. City of Boise was overturned, returning power to entities to regulate conduct of camping in public. Like many other cities, Torrance had an ordinance that prohibited camping in public places for many, many years, long before these decisions. For the several years that Boise was the state of the law, Torrance worked within those confines. In 2021, your honorable body amended the Torrance Municipal Code, Section 45.6.6, to comply with Boise. That amendment made 45.6.6 enforceable only in circumstances when shelter was available to the individual. Since then, the city's taken other steps. We've opened our interim housing site at 3290. We've established an outreach team who consistently works with the community lead officers at the police department, and both of those groups routinely work and partner with other agencies to provide outreach and services to individuals experiencing homelessness in the city of Torrance. Through those efforts, the efforts of the city manager's office, especially Deputy City Manager Viet Huang, Management Associate Zolma Gent, and our homeless outreach coordinators Valerie Hernandez and Norma Alvera, we have had a lot of successes and helped countless individuals get off the streets and into housing. Where we can't prevent homelessness, at least ending someone's homelessness is a success, and that should remain the priority even if we move forward with adopting new ordinances. Despite our successes, over the years, we have encountered a number of individuals who are truly service resistant. The criminal enforcement option that we're going to discuss tonight is an additional tool in the toolbox to address conduct that impacts the health, safety, and welfare of our entire community. It's important that we balance the needs and rights of all members of our community, housed and unhoused. While Grants Pass was pending before the Supreme Court, and immediately after the ruling, I worked with the community lead officers with the Torrance Police Department, Detectives Kraft, Gonzalez, and Clark, to identify any other areas where the Torrance Municipal Code could be improved as it related to regulating conduct. I want to acknowledge and thank them for their insight in preparing this item. Since Boise has been overturned, it is no longer a requirement that the city have shelter available in order to take criminal enforcement action against an individual camping in public places. That being the case, the recommendation tonight is to amend Section 45.6.6 to remove the language that was added to comply with Martin v. Boise. I will note, it is not required to change Section 45.6.6. To quote the Supreme Court again, they say, homelessness is complex. Its causes are many. So may be the public policy responses required to address it. So, if as a public policy decision, your honorable body wants to leave in the requirement that housing be available and offered to an individual prior to enforcing 45.6.6, that wouldn't run afoul of the Grants Pass decision. Based on the city's experience over the last few years, a few other sections of the municipal code related to conduct have been identified and are before your honorable body for consideration tonight. It should be noted that all of our codes apply equally to all people, housed or unhoused, and they need to be enforced consistently, regardless of the offender's status. Looking at the codes that are before you to consider is Section 49.2.2, which regulates fires in our parks. The recommendation is to add 49.2.2 to clarify that the only fires that are permissible in our parks are those that are occurring in barbecues, using charcoal as a fuel source, and lit for the purpose of cooking food. My thanks to Community Services Director John LaRock for his input on the impacts of this code on our park amenities. When looking at fires in parks, we also recognize that there was a gap in the law as it relates to fires in other public places. The penal code prohibits arson, but the threshold to an arson charge is quite high. In order to fill the gap in state law, Section 45.3.33 is recommended to be added to the Torrance Municipal Code to prohibit fires in all public places. Right now, section 44.3.17 regulates the types of shelters that can be used on the beach, requiring that at least two sides of that shelter be open. We're not recommending any changes to that code. However, we are recommending an addition of section 45.1.9, which would place the same restriction on shelters in other public places in the city. This would still allow for sunshades, beach tents, canopies, beach umbrellas or shade umbrellas or similar items. What it's targeting is your traditional sort of camping tent that's fully enclosed or makeshift structures that prevent visibility. Lastly, there's a recommendation to add a section 45.1.10 to the municipal code to address people remaining at bus stops when they have not used or not intending to use our bus systems. Specifically, the code would prohibit an individual from remaining at the stop site for any purpose other than boarding, disembarking, or waiting for the bus, and in no circumstances would they be allowed to remain there for more than 4 hours in a 24-hour time period. That subsection B about the 4-hour time period would be, the enforceability of it would rely heavily on partnership with their community and their willingness to be involved in the criminal process, because it is very unlikely that a law enforcement officer would have the time to sit and watch somebody at a bus stop for at least 4 hours. It'll also be aided by the increase in cameras throughout the city and with the implementation of the real-time response center. As it relates to that code, I want to thank the Transit Department for their assistance in compiling information from other transit authorities and providing information about how our system works, which informed the drafting of this proposed section. With the exception of 45.6.6, the camping in public places, which is just a misdemeanor only, the other amended or added sections will be enforceable as either a misdemeanor or an infraction. Generally, misdemeanors are punishable up to 6 months in county jail and or a fine of up to $1,000. Generally, city ordinances punished as infractions start at $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second violation, and $500 for a third violation in the same year. As mentioned above, these ordinances are a tool in the toolbox, but there should be no misconception that having these as available as tools will solve homelessness. Law enforcement always has the discretion as to whether or not to take criminal enforcement action and what level of enforcement action they may take. There's some significant challenges to using this tool and the practical realities of it. One of those challenges is just how taxing it is on law enforcement to take action against individuals who are homeless. As you know, if somebody is taken into physical custody, officers are required to collect, inventory, and store the person's belongings. This can often take longer than it takes for somebody to be booked and released. On that note, as you know, Los Angeles County eliminated the cash bail system last fall. If a misdemeanor is pursued, misdemeanor municipal code violations are cite and release offenses under the Los Angeles County bail schedule, which we are bound by. That means in nearly every case, whether being charged with an infraction or a misdemeanor, the person will receive a ticket in the field. That's not every single case, but nearly every case, absent additional circumstances. While we're fortunate to have city prosecutors here who will prosecute these types of misdemeanor crimes, that again is a process that likely bears little fruit. For reference, since 2019, only 2 people have been prosecuted for camping in public. One received a sentence of informal probation and an order to not camp on any city property, and the other had their case dismissed as a part of a larger plea deal. These types of cases are also ripe for judicial diversion and in some cases mental health diversion. Under those diversion statutes, judges retain jurisdiction over the case for a limited period of time while the individuals complete certain tasks. The tasks may be as minimal as obey all laws, or it could be as significant as a requirement to complete a comprehensive mental health treatment program. Once somebody is successful in that, then their case gets dismissed, and under the statutes, it's usually completely sealed as if it had never occurred. So although the punishment for the misdemeanors could be up to 6 months in jail and up to $1,000 fine, it's extremely unlikely that anyone would receive anything near that for a violation of the Torrance Municipal Code. In the rare circumstance where somebody was sentenced to any jail time, our experience in Los Angeles County tells us that they will serve a fraction of their sentence due to jail overcrowding. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, who we know runs our county jails, has already come out and said that they will not accept in custody arrestees pre-arraignment for if the only offense is camping related. That part doesn't really impact us because we have our own jail, and that is generally where folks are held pre-arraignment. However, I bring it up because it's a likely indicator of whether they would hold somebody in custody post-conviction for a camping violation. So again, criminal enforcement is not the solution to homelessness, but amending the municipal code would expand the toolbox for dealing with certain behaviors. I also wanted to touch on what's happening at the state level, as Governor Newsom issued an executive order after the grants pass ruling. Executive Order N-1-12 directs the cleanup of state-owned property. The governor cannot dictate what cities or counties do in this space. However, the order does encourage local entities to follow the same framework, which includes identifying locations, posting notices, followed by inventorying and storing items from encampments. For many years, Torrance has followed an approach that's consistent with this framework. One thing to note about the executive order is that it does not address enforcement measures. It merely talks and directs state agencies to clean up encampments on state-owned property. Governor Newsom followed up the executive order by making a trip to Los Angeles and cleaning up himself physically cleaning up an encampment in the San Fernando Valley. Governor Newsom's quoted by reporters as saying, we don't see demonstrable results, I will start to redirect the money. For reference, a large portion of our funding related to homelessness comes from the state. To elaborate on that part, my thanks to business manager Julia Smith for the following information. She tells me that the city receives state of California funds through the permanent local housing allocation. The anticipated 5-year funding is over $2.6 million, of which the city has already received nearly $1.9 million. Per the PHLA guidelines, applicants must provide rapid rehousing, rental assistance, navigation centers, emergency shelter, and transitional housing activities in a manner consistent with the Housing First practices. Additionally, the city was recently awarded over $1.2 million in cities and councils of governments interim housing services. That's COGIS. Per COGIS, the grantee must provide housing-focused case management that's offered in accordance with Housing First and trauma-informed principles to assist the participant either to self-resolve their housing interim and/or be connected to a permanent housing provided. Therefore, we have to balance these interests. In order to maintain our funding, we have to maintain a Housing First model, and at the same time, we have to be aware of the governor's warning that if encampments are allowed to remain, if we allow encampments to remain, he will redirect state resources. While we are recommending a few amendments to the municipal code discussed, they are not intended to be a solution to the complex problem of homelessness. Additionally, the Grants Pass case addressed the rather narrow issue of whether enforcing camping ordinances is cruel and unusual punishment under the 8th Amendment. As mentioned in the agenda item, there are still significant limitations with the criminal enforcement approaches. Lastly, included in the item for your consideration is the South Bay City Council of Governments proposed Good Neighbor Pledge. I'd ask you to please refer to the supplemental item, which has the most updated version of the pledge. I know a couple council members were at the meeting and are already aware, but for those who are not, the pledge was updated at the South Bay COG Steering Committee meeting. They are asking cities to sign the Good Neighbor Pledge as an indication of a commitment to prioritizing coordination, offering services, and to achieving sustainable, longer-term solutions. South Bay COG Representative Ronson Shu is present if you have any questions as it relates to their request. So in conclusion, to recap, the recommendation tonight is that your honorable body adopt a resolution amending and adding to Division 4 of the Torrance Municipal Code to address certain conduct that impacts the health, safety, and welfare of all members of our community, and to adopt the ordinance summary. And secondly, for your honorable body to discuss and consider signing the Good Neighbor Pledge proposed by the South Bay COG. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. So at this moment, I'm going to go to public first, and the city clerk will call those who have submitted a comment card first.
BL.
Why don't we hear from the representatives? The public should hear about the representative, and then we could speak. Is it she said that there is a representative going to speak here today?
If we have questions,
Okay, then if you have questions,
we don't have questions
talk to
yet.
the representative so we can hear it.
Sir, I'll allow you to speak when it's your turn to speak. This is this gentleman's turn.
So, America's doomed. Fuck the governor. Fuck this crisis. Fucking reality is we got a homeless crisis going on for more than 5 to 10 years, and dumb white niggers too, like you, don't understand how to fix the fucking problem. It's just money. It's not your money, it's my money. I'm a taxpayer. I pay taxes up the ass. I want a clean community, I want a safe community, and I want all these niggers off the fucking street so that we can go back to make America great and save America from the unconstitutional violations of their First Amendment to say, fuck you, fucking assholes, you've left us in the fucking streets, you've left us in the fucking gutters, and you're nothing more but a bunch of fucking morons on homelessness. Fuck you.
Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? Sir, you don't make the rules here. I'm giving you an opportunity to speak.
Honorable Mayor, fellow city council members, thanks for taking on this topic. Thank you for concerning the pledge. I felt the city attorney's office did a tremendous job of summarizing the issues at hand. When I first heard of the grant pass ruling and thinking about Torrance, I didn't even blink an eye because I was thinking about Valerie and Norma, Zolma, the city manager's office, as well as the police department. And I know from firsthand accounts, the city does treat this issue with compassion first, more than the public knows. There's a lot of work that we do to get people off the streets. We have a brand new program this year amongst a dozen programs called Shared Housing to Employment. And Torrance has used this program over a dozen times this past year, getting people housed in shared housing and also seeing to it that they get employment opportunities. That program has been very successful so far. So really happy to continue working with Torrance and very confident that we can continue decreasing.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item?
Okay, this is Andy Porchop again. I know I'm not setting up the rules, but it's really fucking stupid to somebody speak on an issue what that person did not receive whatever the government official gonna say. Dumb fuck. This is a public meeting, and it's not your rules, it's governed by the government codes. Calling you goober is nothing because you are a stupid, uneducated fuckwad. You don't know the government codes, and you telling me I don't set up the rules. I knew that fucking asshole. But you don't set up the rules either, motherfucker, but you don't even follow it. How can I speak on something I did not hear, you fuckwad? Are you this stupid?
Your time is up, sir. Anyone else? Sir, if you keep yelling, you're out of order. You're disturbing our meeting. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak on this item? You already spoke, sir. You only get to speak once on the item. Anyone else from the public? I don't see any. Councilman, I'll come to the council. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. To all of the school children middle school, high school that are watching this meeting at home, we profusely apologize to you on the civil discourse. Getting back to this, is there a way that we can separate the Good Neighbor Pledge out for a vote on its own? I have some concerns that I don't feel were sufficiently addressed, particularly when it comes to, we've been in agreement with the council that we've always kind of pushed back on the state for doing the one size fits all for housing and all of the rules and regulations that we've done. Now I'm seeing we want, the COG wants us to sign this Good Neighbor Pledge, but as I was doing my reading of the agenda and my research, it dawned on me that Torrance takes a little bit more than all the other cities. And what I mean by that is you have, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 cities that form the COG, right? Stay with me for a second. Only 3 of those cities, 4 of those cities listed actually have hospitals, and Torrance is the only one that has 3 hospitals. We have Torrance Memorial, we have Providence Little Company Mary, and even though Harbor UCLA is outside of the city limits, it's still, when they television cameras go live, it goes from Torrance because they have a Torrance mailing address. A lot of the folks that have medical conditions that are unhoused are transported to those 3 hospitals. And I'm also including Kaiser Harbor City as well, Gardena Memorial, and then Centinela. When those people are discharged from the ER out of Torrance Memorial, Little Company, and Harbor, they usually are going to come within the city of Torrance. And so they're not going to go all the way back to El Segundo or all the way back to wherever city they were transported. We just gained another resident in Torrance by the simple measure of their discharge. I know there's no way for us to transport them back. However, I don't think that addresses it. I know of a couple of people that I've spoken to that are unhoused and referred over to our wonderful homeless outreach team. It's like, where did you come from? Oh, I got sick and I just got discharged from Little Company of Mary. Got it. So we're not going to scoop that person up and take them back, but I just want to make sure that we are addressing some root causes of the spikes in Torrance, and I believe that I want to see something along those lines addressing that portion of it, if we can. So if we could take these as 2 separate issues is my question.
Great question, and that is the recommendation, is to take these 2 separately.
Perfect, thank you.
Right, that's the way that's where I read it. They're separate. Okay. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the updates are written well. I do, however, have a concern about enforcement, and our ability to enforce has, I guess we'll call it improved. More tools in the toolbox for our officers, but I think there's a certain expectation by the public that if we do pass this, that it is going to be enforced. I'd like to hear, whether it's from you or our chief, maybe put up together a scenario as to what happens in these cases, because between the no bail, the logging of the merchandise, and you have to put it in storage. Where's the storage going to be? So I know it's a lot of work to do this, but I call it tough love. It's the same thing that we would do for anybody that we care about, is that we would not want to see them on the street under any circumstances. As a matter of fact, a friend of mine, he actually lives in Torrance. He was a drug addict. And the best thing, he told me, the best thing that could have ever happened to him was that Torrance PD, about 15 years ago, arrested him. And, he was able to go through a program to get cleaned up, got a job, still lives in the city, and he's now a productive, happy citizen of Torrance. Yeah. So, I mean, those are the kind of obviously success stories that we're looking for, right? I think ultimately, I don't think there's anybody up here that wants people just to go to jail. That's not our intention. But if, I don't know, Chief, maybe you can kind of go through a quick scenario as to what some of the, well, we'll call it, John Doe. John Doe gets, he is in the park. 11 o'clock at night, he's in the park, he gets approached by whether it's security or an officer. What happens from that point on? What can we do to help John Doe get out of the park? Look, I'm a firm believer that we can offer all the help, but if they continue to refuse, I'm also a firm believer that they can't be doing that in Torrance. It's not because I'm mean, it's because, our job is to protect the residents and businesses of Torrance, and by allowing people to just set up an encampment and live on the streets, that's not helping really anybody, including the individuals that are choosing to live on the streets, whether mentally ill, drug addict, lost their job 6 months ago. Doesn't matter. We're here to help. If you can give us maybe a scenario as to what the process is and what we can tell the residents of Torrance that we're going to do if we were to pass this. If that's okay, Chief, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Jay Hart, Chief of Police for Torrance PD. I'll start off, with, as the chief, setting the tone and tenor for expectations in the community internal to the police department. We really focus on our mission statement, and number one is protect public safety and quality of life in the city of Torrance. And I know for people inside the police department, this is a legal issue. For years, officers have been responding to calls, and they come back and they talk with them about how frustrating it is for them and the community when they get a call regarding public safety and quality of life, and the officers tell them, there's nothing else I can do. All of our options have been explored. And so there's an emotional issue attached to that. There's also some people in the community that want zero enforcement when it comes to anti-camping. But what I've been hearing mostly for the community the last few years is a balanced approach. I've been hearing from the community that we have a very balanced approach with the tiny shelters over there, with all the services that we do offer. The next one is, for our mission statement, respond effectively to the changing needs of the community and build mutual respect between the police department and the community. So with those three pillars of our mission statement and looking at if this law, if this ordinance is to change, is how do we meet the expectations of the community to balance this new expectation with what the law and allows us to do. So we have a very good team in the city in conjunction with the police department that does a really good job of offering resources and going out of their way to really help people. When it comes to the situation of somebody in the parks, as police departments of the city, I think we've been very creative to balance that by using private security to help us with the parks, to ease the burden on the police officers so they can respond to priority calls. For the most part, when the security officers are out there in the parks and somebody's there and they give them a warning, they leave. When they don't, our officers respond. They ask the person to leave. If they don't, we do enforcement. We get about 1,000 calls every quarter just related to homelessness in and of itself. We do make arrests in those contacts with homelessness, and the majority of those arrests have to do with three specific things. Number one, narcotics use. We're seeing from people are resistance to receiving services, have some kind of substance abuse problem. Number two, it's warrants for their arrest for that substance abuse, or for the third one category, which is thefts. And so we see people in our city that are being reported to the police department that have a substance abuse problem, they're resistant to services, and are committing thefts, most likely to help with those substance abuse problems. When we come across those, we do issue citations or we do take them to jail based on the circumstances. So much does rely on the circumstance at the time, the discretion the officer has. So we have a team inside the Torrance Police Department, our CLOs, in conjunction with City of Services, that really go out and try to really be that hand of care to really get them in the services and everything else they need. Right now, internally inside the organization, we are looking at building out a secondary team to be a parallel effort to make contact with those people who we know in our city that are resistant. They've told us they're resistant to services and they're not interested. And if that is true and if that's the stance they want to take, what I've heard from the community, what they'd like to see is enforcement. And so that team would really be focused on the enforcement for those people who are resistant. Now, what does that enforcement look like? It depends on the circumstance. If there is somebody camped out in front of a house and they have all their material there, they don't want to leave and they want to camp, and the resident doesn't feel safe, My expectation of the police department, based on that, is that a citation might not be enough. If this person says, I'm still gonna camp, and the law says you're not allowed to camp here, and it would be an enforcement would be appropriate. I do think there needs to be a difference inside the organization of one team that's really focused on coming in and helping people get in those services, and then a second team that comes in, working with the people in our community who are resistant to those services.
Councilman, if I may, Adam Chaparian, to the chief's point, as stated very eloquently by our Jean Marie Litwin from City Attorney's Office, Deputy City City Attorney 3, most individuals we encounter want help, and that makes our job so much easier. There are few exceptions of individuals who are resistant to help for whatever reasons, as stated. I would also expand and give thanks to our collective city team, including our homeless response outreach team, and your support by graffiti cleanup, shopping cart retrieval, beautification, large item pickup from Public Works, the homeless response vans, you can't miss them in the community, the 40 tiny homes that you, through your leadership, have been able to operate, as well as the expansion and the build-out of our regional real-time response center, which will add a security component. So if you're experiencing homelessness in Torrance, you're not going to go unnoticed, including your city manager who knows people by location and name, which speaks volumes to our collective effort in prioritizing this issue and the correlation as a quality of life. And that's the connection that we draw in balancing the interest of the public safety as well as the compassionate response that we have. So I really continue to commend City of Torrance within our 20.5 square miles for really owning this issue and proactively leading the way by being a model city for many jurisdictions. And again, we will continue to abide by the law. Thanks to your support, we are working. There's so many layers to this. We're working to enhance and fully staff our police department so we could spend the resources. And thanks to your support, we're also going to add one additional outreach worker. So again, message to those experiencing homelessness, if you come to Torrance, we're going to give you help. And if you don't want the help, we're going to be relentless in our pursuit to give you the help. So just want to emphasize that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Aram. Yeah, I mean, I think the bottom line is enforcement is because we care. If we see some of our neighboring cities, the disaster of just letting it go, it gets to the point to where the quality of life for not just the individual on the street, but everybody else around it is diminished tremendously to the point where people move out, businesses close down. It creates a huge issue. So I'm glad that I think it's been about 5 years that we put a really big effort since probably 2019 that we put a big effort into putting together a homeless plan that's obviously mutating, between laws changing, rulings, funding sources, which brings me to my next point is, Torrance put our money where our mouth is. We have allocated $1 million from our general funds to help with the homeless endeavor. And in addition to our couple $1 million that are at the tiny home program in the back, then that's mainly funded by the state, I believe, and some county money, right? Obviously, correct me if I'm wrong, any of my stats here, but so we do have put quite a bit of effort towards the ever-growing issue. So that brings me to the pledge. And I believe the pledge, I think, has great intentions, but I do believe it's kind of like signing on something that's the obvious. Of course we're not going to be doing this. Of course we're not going to be doing that. Our enforcement, our strategy is not to pick people up and dump them and read on the beach, which, by the way, they have a good program, homeless program. I guess my point is I'm not really in favor of signing a pledge where 2 or 3 of the cities out of the whole COG are putting really a lot of effort into the homeless program, and other ones are just kind of like, well, we really don't have a problem. And I've heard that directly from council members from some cities that maybe only have 16 homeless, so that's not really a problem. Well, Torrance, being that we have hospitals, being that we're, 21 square miles in the heart of the South Bay, we tend to be a hub for services. So we've taken on almost like a leading role, I guess, in the South Bay, and I'm proud of that. But to sign a pledge, to me, I mean, we can sign it. It doesn't go either way, but it's almost silly in a way because there's only really 2 or 3 cities that are really putting an effort into the homeless plan and their homeless plans. And I would like to have more of a regional approach, but unfortunately, and I hope I'm wrong, in the long run, I think we're going to realize that the housing first model just doesn't work. I think there's a lot of different factors to homelessness. I don't agree that cheap housing or affordable housing or lack of affordable housing is the main cause of homelessness. I really do believe that alcoholism, drug addiction, mental health, unchecked, untreated mental health is probably most likely the leading cause of people being chronically homeless. Okay, I'm not talking about the ones that lost their job, living in their car for a few months because, in between jobs, trying to get their life back together. Once you start hitting up the crack pipe and the bottle, I think things can easily spiral out of control. Yeah. Anyways, maybe I'm stuck in the 80s, right? There's a lot more different drugs out there. So, having said this, I support the amendment to our ordinances or the changes to our ordinances, but I don't support signing the pledge at this time. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Everybody has spoken a lot to what I was hoping to speak to, but I do want to take the opportunity to just acknowledge the good work of the staff and all of you as my fellow council members, because we truly are supporting our unhoused community. And I recently had an opportunity to attend Sheriff Luna's meeting regarding the U.S. Supreme decision that recently happened. And the concurrence in that meeting was that this is such a complex issue. And if people take a really hard stand, then we're just moving individuals from one place to another, to another, to another. So there does need to be some kind of a balanced approach to this. And there was a request within that meeting to always look for, which is what we have done here from the moment we started this program, to provide services before force, I guess, is you might want to say. So, the concern is here that we need to work as a region, just like everybody's saying here, to make sure that we keep people where we are, because if people are moving, then it's also harder to continue to provide the services and the support that they need. So I know, Councilmember Lewis, you talked about 3 hospitals. We also have a courthouse where sometimes people are helped to get here and they don't have any help once they're here. So we have that as well. And as of these 16 cities you referred to, I think 3 of them, maybe you can help. Maybe 3 of them have a homeless program out of all these cities, maybe, especially one as good as ours.
Councilwoman, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Viet Huang, City Manager's Office. I'll be real careful how I explain on what a good program constitutes. From my perspective, most cities do have some form of a homelessness program. It varies on a spectrum. So there are 3 cities I can name off the top of my head that have an interim housing site. That would be the city of Redondo Beach, the city of Torrance, and the city of Hawthorne off the top of my head. Inglewood, that's correct.
Right.
Those are the 4 cities that currently have an interim housing program. Other than that, the other cities that we interact with do have a spectrum. There's actually other cities, again, the city of Redondo Beach comes to mind, that has more advanced services or have experimented with different pilots. In the audience is Ronson Chu from the South Bay Cities Council of Governments. In a recent meeting, Ronson did share with the South Bay cities that Redondo Beach has engaged in a pilot program called Functional Zero. The idea of Functional Zero is an acknowledgement that homelessness is going to exist. Functional Zero program says that for one person who enters homelessness, one person will be permanently housed. So the city of Redondo Beach has, for about 12 months now, engaged in Functional Zero program in conjunction with the South Bay City's Council of Governments. On that same meeting, South Bay City Council of Governments asked what cities would like to participate, and Torrance is engaging in conversation right now to see what that's about. So I'm very hesitant to brag that we are one of the leaders. I do feel like this team, through the direction of City Council and the leadership of City Council, are doing a tremendous effort. I do think there's a lot more we can do. An example of Functional Zero is a program that I think the South Bay City's Council of Government is introducing that's very promising for our region, so other communities may be able to step on board as well.
Thank you, sir, and I'll retract that good word. I was looking for a word that worked, so complex or robust, are better words. Thank you very much. So, I wanted to bring that up because I do believe the Good Neighbor Pledge has a component that helps in a very large, broad area stay balanced in its approach to supporting the unhoused and caring for the unhoused community. So thank you for your clarification of that, because by participating in that program, we have an opportunity to learn from other people that are doing things that are working. So thank you. I'll support both 1, 2, and 3. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you to staff for the presentation tonight. Just today, we had a nonprofit that does have a focus on addressing homelessness in downtown Los Angeles. Stopped by, we gave them a tour of 3290. Our staff did give them a briefing on what our city's experience has been over 2 years, and how through that experience, with the support of the residents, we've been able to build up a knowledge base, because I think when this council did decide to open 3290, it was really taking a big step of faith. And it did expose the council to a certain level of pushback from the residents, but I think it's really a testimony to our staff and the council and the residents that we have done a great job in outreaching and identifying solutions for each individual who does come to our attention. So, kudos and hats off to the city's efforts. First, I do support what's been presented to us tonight, so I will support that. I'm not going to opine at length on the pledge, but I will say this. I just wanted to point out a few concerns I have. I know that the media did cover an incident where a city in the San Fernando Valley had their law enforcement physically drop off a homeless person within the city limits of Los Angeles. And so I don't know how much of the pledge has used that as a backdrop. And, any concern, at least I'm just speaking as myself, I don't think that our city or other cities here would willfully engage in dumping homeless people and moving them around, like cattle. So I do believe that there is a good cooperative understanding among all the cities that would not happen. I am concerned about the governor's position following Grants Pass. While he has instructed cities to remove homeless encampments, I think the other solution is providing long-term solutions for homeless individuals. And simply saying, take them down or else you're going to lose funding, I think begs a greater effort in developing a comprehensive solution at the state level, and then also seeking the cooperation of the counties and the cities. So unless we, at least for myself, unless we see significant funding and reporting on how those funds are actually spent with positive outcomes, I find the governor's recent executive order to be a little empty and a little premature. I am also concerned about a certain population of homeless. Those are seniors. And in today's conversation, we did talk about those seniors on fixed income who are living in older apartments, and that should the ownership turn over, suddenly the property taxes spike, the new owner wants to improve units, and then sends notices to these residents that they either have to leave or pay more rent. I think for those seniors, they are especially at risk, and I do have a real concern about how landlords and also how local government and also those at the county and state level can help to bridge those financial gaps so that seniors who really don't have an ability, to go out and earn a living, they're living on a fixed income, they really need protections. So anyway, I look forward to further discussion on the pledge, but I do support the staff's presentation tonight, and I will support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gerson.
Sure. All right. First of all, as soon as the Grants Pass Supreme Court verdict came down, there was a lot of outreach. Our supervisor's office reached out to me first to ask how things were going to be impacted in Torrance. And we're greatly appreciative to Supervisor Janice Hahn for her funding and her support of our handling of our local homeless. We also had our two state legislators reach out, not their staffs, they actually had conversations, and we're grateful for their support. And everyone's viewpoint from the electeds above us is the city of Torrance has been a model city on their approach to homelessness. And part of that is the service first model. And Ms. Olma, you and your team are apparently doing an amazing job because they're talking about it at the county and the state, and so good job. And I want to make sure that, I know we're talking a lot about enforcement, but I want to make sure that that service first model remains, that compassionate response, with seeing dozens of people who are experiencing homelessness get moved into more permanent housing or into mental health assistance, which was completely facilitated by our outreach team. Hearing from some members of the community who don't get to see the success, and who have heard, even listening to some people discuss at our national night out at one of the local parties I went to, believing that the city of Torrance in some way is subsidizing the living conditions of people who do not want to move on from 3290 is not true. What is it? The housing ready is usually 30 days. And the problem is the county and the state don't have a place to help us with that next step, even though our outreach team and our 3290 team have created a situation where these people could move on. And so I commend you for your work, and I want to make sure, as the change in the ordinance has a great deal of support, and I know will pass, that we maintain that service first model, because you're doing a great job. And I want people to continue to look here and to continue to fund your efforts, and seeing what other amazing things you come up with for solutions. My colleagues have done a good job of talking about the South Bay Cogs request. I agree, we do not want to dump in each other's yards, and we want to work together, but I too have great concerns about it. You, Councilmember Lewis and Councilmember Kalani, have done a really good job of mentioning just a couple of areas in which we take and may not be able to return. And I think that the other cities could take a little more time to think about the impact upon us and what we are carrying. And before we sign a pledge, to do a little deeper dive into what we're providing to our South Bay region and the level of support that they can give and help so that we can do a better response and not carry the weight of so much of the weight of our region. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. First of all, I wanted to thank our city staff. Their hard work is paying off. Honestly, I think it's not luck that we don't have too many camps here. It's the hard work that the city staff, Wilma, all those people, they have done a great job in curbing homelessness. It's not an easy task. I'd like to hear, before I make other comments, I'd like to hear from Ronson, the representative, how can he clarify and give us a little more detail? You heard all our concerns. Would you like to come to the mic and explain your side of the story with this pledge? And probably we could be able to answer more questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Sheikh, for the opportunity to address the council about the pledge. I think, Matucci, you're absolutely right that the pledge is really a value statement about what we hold value in our homelessness response. There is also, though, a very important clause in the pledge that affects the city of Torrance, and that's the training pledge. And the reason that's really important is because you have a shelter. But let's just say, for example, you're the city of Lomita, and you're a city employee in Lomita. You know Torrance has a shelter, but you may not understand that Torrance's shelter is not a walk-up shelter. There's a waiting list, and not just anyone can go into that shelter. So what we want to do with the pledge is also train all the city employees throughout the South Bay to know what resources are available to them and what resources are not available to them. So cities like Carson, Lomita, West Carson, we want to train those employees as well to let them know that what's available and what's not available, so that we don't get inadvertent dumping of people into our cities. As Kaji mentioned, I don't think there's willful intent, but sometimes there's ignorance. And that ignorance causes people to move from one city to another. And so that's a really important part of the pledge and something that would benefit the city of Torrance. I think also lastly to Councilmember Lewis's point about the hospitals, we see that also in Gardena with Gardena Memorial. Interestingly, about 15% of people that we help off the streets are through reunification programs. We actually recently helped someone in Torrance go back to France, of all places. And the COG spent a great deal of money on a plane ticket that was bought at the last moment. And so, as you know, when you buy plane tickets at the last moment, it's really expensive. So about 50% of our outcomes are reunification. We probably don't do everyone, but we try as hard as we can to get people where they can get back to their families and friends and relatives and their support networks, wherever that may be. So, and if there's any other questions I can answer, that'd be great.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to get your input. Yeah, thank you. To our staff, I have just a brief, I just have a couple questions on the funding aspect. I hear that there were $2 million we got funding that was allocated by the state to us. Most of our funding, my understanding, came from private hospitals and also from Fed. Maxine Waters, that they gave us. I was not sure how much funding we got from state.
Your Honor, the specific funding that Ms. Litvin cited is through the State of California Housing and Community Development Department Permanent Local Housing Allocation source. As you'll probably recall, that funding comes from certain real estate transactions. The city of Torrance is expected to receive about $600,000 a year from that, for a 5-year cumulative total of approximately $2.8 million. And also, just so that you don't think I'm the smart person, my thanks to Julia Smith in the Community Development Department, who maintains her close eye on making sure we get that funding. It is, oh, no, please. Mr. Santana reminded me, it is, most of the funding for our 3290 site is a combination of federal funding, state funding, county funding, and private sources as well.
And SSD as well. We will.
Possibly, we are
Yes.
accruing
It gives-
because of some concern that these funding sources may not continue to exist.
We do use SST, Alamo City Manager, for examples, the vehicle purchases as well as cleanups and some areas where we need to put some wrought iron fencing. But we are banking some of the funding for future operations of 3290, since we're not sure about the funding sources being available in the future.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Councilman Sheikh, one of the reasons those specific funding amounts and sources were identified was specific to the comments that the governor made at his recent cleanup event this past week. So staff was attempting to identify what funding sources came directly from the state and what would be within the purview of the governor's comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. My other question, with this new ordinance or new governor proposal, are we expecting the influx of, or are we not expecting the influx of homeless from other cities to Torrance? I mean, that will have an impact.
Based on the comments made from other jurisdictions, Councilman, there seems to be similar to the pledge intent, that we don't burden other communities, that at least in LA County, each city takes, to the extent possible, measures to support their local population experiencing homelessness, such as our intent is to focus on individuals, most of them who are local to the Torrance and Torrance area. We hope other communities will make the same pledge as far as supporting individuals experiencing homelessness within their boundaries. LA County is a large place. Torrance is we get a transitional population. Any day you drive around the city, you will see individuals during the daytime. Our team will respond to them as needed, and chances are most of them will move on. But those who are much more connected to the region because of their residence, job, hospital, doctors, familiarity, typically will be the ones that will get the help and will help us. We will help them to transition to permanent supportive housing. We have to monitor. We're hope that the other communities make the same commitment as Torrance to work together on the state, county, federal level to really eradicate this at the root causes, as mentioned earlier.
But that is the hope. But I mean, like you were saying earlier, if other cities, they have camps, they're trying to remove them, force them to get out of the camp, and where are they gonna go?
Well, that's the question that we're hoping through support services, additional funding, expansion of permanent supportive housing, and temporary villages such as 3290, other communities can expand their footprint. That's where we need help from the state and the county to expand the available beds. Mr. Hong wants to chime in as well.
And to hold other cities responsible as well, because they have to do their part. They're
We will
getting funding.
continue to monitor numbers
Yes.
on real time. We will, if we see an influx of individuals outside of our typical transitional community, then we have to take that up with the jurisdiction that's causing that migration.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what I was going to, what's the plan if that happens? So we have-
Councilman Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. So our street outreach team, because of mayor and council support, and in collaboration with every city department that has field service operations, specifically with police and community services, we have immediate contact. Our community is very vocal, and they're very happy to share any incidents or anything they observe in the community with staff, and staff immediately responds. That response is engagement, identifying where they're coming from, what services do they need, and staff quickly is able to put together an understanding as to whether they're being dispersed from a particular location or not. Again, as the city manager indicated, our hope is that that does not take place. If it does, we believe we have the right response structure in order to to identify where the origin, the root cause is coming from, and then be able to follow up appropriately. The neighboring city that delivered an individual to another receiving city, that did not fall well for them. In press and local governments channels, our hope is that that does not take place in Torrance. If it does, we will be following up with those agencies to make sure that they understand the mayor, council, and community's displeasure with it.
And as as Ronson mentioned, family reunification, there are instances where we do assist with bus ticket purchases. There's been instances where we've transported individuals to connect with their family members. Again, the built environment in Torrance, outside of the homeless response, every department from our code enforcement, fire service, transit, the locations of our bus benches, the cleanliness of our service stops, the public works beautification creates an environment of pride of ownership as a community. And we go out of our way to be compassionate, service-driven. But if we see an influx, then we'll have to become vocal and probably seek your support to be able to advocate for those individuals in their home communities.
And I think you're exactly what my point is. Like I said earlier, the efforts that our city has done, and we don't see as many homeless, knock on woods, it's not by luck. It's by a lot of hard work, a lot of efforts. And we got to keep on doing what we are good at. And I want to appreciate that. And I think the point you raised that we need to make sure we engage, we get the proper funding, we get the necessary tools to, first of all, monitor if there's an influx, and if there's influx, to have a mitigation, how we can address that. That was my point. But thank you. Thank you for your time. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. I'm going to just give a few comments. I know Councilman Tucci is ready, but I think, first of all, thank you for the collective team of City of Torrance and Jean Marie for all the effort on this item. I think the recommended changes to our ordinances are really spot on. I think we actually want to give the city more tools to use to help us address this issue. I think up till now, even Governor Newsom's executive order, in my opinion, we're already abiding by those, right? Because we are already doing encampment cleanup already. So it's not that, we're going to respond because he said so. We have been doing it regularly. And I know Zoma reports up and tell us, and we see the before and after. So I'm pretty confident that we are not in jeopardy of losing the state funding, because we've been doing it before the executive order. I think the more clarification in other public places like the parks, I think the clarity really helps, I think. And I think the key thing is that I'm sure that in the future we will look at, after 6 months or a year, we might come back and say, this area may need to tweak a little bit just based on real life experience. And I know Jean Marie and I know and Tasha, I talked about one case, when you say you're going to do enforcement across the board. I said, at the beach, sometimes I do see people use a camping tent, putting their family in there for the shade. It's not the shade ones. And those are some of the areas where I could see that, we're going to have to look. If we're going to do it, it's almost like the street sweeping enforcement. It's hard to cherry pick. I know we have to do enforcement for everyone the same. So I think those are good tools in the toolkit. With respect to the Good Neighbor Pledge, I believe that, the training that the COG is recommending that Ronson shared, I believe that training could be done with or without a Good Neighbor Pledge. I believe even right now, I think the idea was a thought, but as I think through it more and more, it probably doesn't have the teeth that it's intended to be. But I believe that it's just like other law enforcement within our city. We have a robbery or theft. We don't push them to another city and say, go commit the crime over there. We enforce our ordinances within our city, and if this case about Lameda-ish that happens, if we find out something happens like that, our staff would probably contact the Lameda staff and say, hey, this person, says that he or she was dropped off here, and I believe that we have enough relationship with our neighboring cities that we can correct that immediately. So, without even a pledge, because each city is responsible to execute their ordinances and laws, and I believe we do that already. So that's my opinion. I just want to make sure that Ronson's hearing this, whether we vote for or not the pledge, the merits of it, we're going to continue to be responsible city, and we will, there are times that I believe that someone says, my home is city X. Yes, of course, the pledge doesn't mean that. We will take that person for reunification. And I think we have a case, you said, in France. I think not too long ago, we actually helped someone go to, I thought it was San Diego or so, because he or she said, that's where I want to go. And I know that's not the intent of the pledge, but we will continue to be good neighbors with or without the pledge, because we believe that's the right thing to do for our community, for both the house and the unhoused. So I just want to make sure, Ronson, you take that message regardless of how this vote comes up. I mean, we understand the spirit of the pledge, and I think that's a key thing. I just want to make sure you pass on to the COG, regardless of how this vote goes out. So with that said, Councilman Tucci, you've clicked in, and thank you for patiently waiting. And I got to make sure, 2019, it was you who asked for the homelessness plan. I just want to make sure.
June,
Thank
yeah,
you.
June, yeah.
Thank you
But
for
I
bringing
think,
us along.
I think we dealt with homeless.
Yes, I just
for
want to make sure.
decades,
No,
yeah.
thank
No.
you for for moving forward on that.
I consider that a us thing. We did it. I would like to move that we go with the recommendations 1 and 2 and deal with 3 separately if the council chooses to.
So, City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Would that motion include adopting the ordinance
Yes, an ordinance
Yes.
summary too.
and ordinance?
An
Your Honor,
ordinance
this is ordinance number 3933, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Division 4 by amending Section 45.6.6 of the Torrance Municipal Code prohibiting camping in public places, amending Section 49.2.2 of the Torrance Municipal Code prohibiting fires in parks, adding Section 45.3.33 to the Torrance Municipal prohibiting fires in public places, adding Section 45.1.9 to the Torrance Municipal Code regulating shelters in public places, and adding Section 45.1.10 to the Torrance Municipal Code prohibiting loitering at bus stop sites.
And with a great job to everyone, especially Jean Marie, I second that motion.
Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. So how do we want to, how does the council wish to proceed on the good neighbor pledge?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the Good Neighbor Pledge. We've all read it. We see that there's no negative consequence to us supporting it. But it is a pledge for us to continue to be a mentor, to be someone that people in the area can count on to provide good recommendations, to share what works and what doesn't work. So I motion that we accept it. Thank you.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion fails with Councilmember Kalani and Jake voting yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Team Torrance, for coming up with the ideas. We really appreciate it. And thank you, Ronson, for coming tonight. As I shared, we will be responsible city and carrying out our duties to address the homelessness issue. We're going to take a 10-minute break right now, and then we'll come back.
We're ready, Your Honor.
We have returned from break, and we left off at item 10, public hearing. Item 10A was heard during closed session. The hearing on the appeal has been deferred to September 10th, 2024. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10B. It's the recommendation of the Community Development Director that the City Council conduct a public hearing to consider approval of a development agreement between the City of Torrance and Gable House Development, LLC, for property located in the H-DA2 zone at 22501 Hawthorne Boulevard. Adopt an ordinance approving aforesaid development agreement and adopt California Environmental Quality Act or CEQA exemption. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director. The item before the City Council relates to a request from Gable House Development to enter into a development agreement with the City of Torrance for a previously approved mixed-use development with density bonus comprised of 218 apartment units and 12,000 square feet of commercial floor area, referred as the Gable House Development, on property located with the Del Amo on property located within the Del Amo Business District of the Hawthorne Boulevard Corridor Specific Plan at 22501 Hawthorne Boulevard, herein referred to as the project. Specifically, the purpose of the development agreement would be to adjust the development impact fees, otherwise known as DIFs, as related to the inclusion of a covenant deed restriction to provide 17 very low-income affordable units, as well as for performing additional underground work along 226th Street and deferring the installation of electrical vehicle spaces and electrical vehicle supply equipment pertaining to the project. As part of the approved project, Gable House Development is required to pay both DIF and school district fees to offset the incremental increase in the demand for public services. The city's DIF ordinance, found in Torrance Municipal Code Division 2, Chapter 9, allows for certain reductions of category-related improvements being completed to be credited against the project's required DIF obligations. Based on the 218 residential units and 12,000 square feet of commercial space, the project would have a total DIF obligation of $1,575,224.48. As the project includes an affordable housing component of 17 very low-income units, it would be eligible for an affordable unit DIF reduction of $112,587.90. Additionally, the project would be eligible for a $397,600.54 credit against the underground utility impact fee category, if at least this amount is spent for the undergrounding of utilities along the 226th Street frontage. To receive this credit per Torrance Municipal Code 29.2.4B, a development agreement would need to be approved by the Torrance City Council following a review and recommendation by the Planning Commission, which took place on July 24th, 2024, and was recommended. Taking both of these credits into consideration would reduce the DIF obligation by $510,188.44 to a new DIF amount of $1,065,036.04. Further, as related to the electrical vehicle spaces, a deferral of up to 12 months from the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy would be granted for the installation of the electrical vehicle spaces. The project was approved under the 2019 California Green Building Code, which only requires electrical vehicle readiness to facilitate future installation of the electrical vehicle supply equipment. The project would still be required to be designed to comply with the subject code before issuance of any certificate of occupancy, but the actual equipment would be deferred up to 12 months from the issuance of the final certificate of occupancy. In approving the project, it should be noted that there was a scrivener's error in the CEQA exemption section included in the title and recommendation of the staff report. The CEQA exemption section included in the body of the staff report and within the ordinance is correct. At this time, it is recommended that the City Council conduct a public hearing and approve the development agreement between the City of Torrance and Gable House Development by adopting an ordinance approving the development agreement as well as the approving the corresponding ordinance summary for publication, and determine the project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to Section 15332, infill development. That concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll now take public comment on this matter. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak?
No one signed up prior to the meeting, Your Honor.
Okay, so now at this moment, so if you wish to speak, you got 2 minutes. Come to the microphone. Thank you, sir.
Well, when it comes to development, it's like a barking dog. Because goddamn development is just a hustle against the American people, or as I would put it very frankly, against the taxpayers. Because we're getting raped by you dumb motherfuckers and your management use to build. When you goddamn know well that if you're gonna build with mixed use, it doesn't work. Haven't you seen all the empty mixed use because you can't afford the lease, you can't afford to pay the rent and stay there long enough to develop an actual business that would actually hold up and sustain the value of your idea? No. Go to West Covina, same fucking problem. Go to Los Angeles, a greater fucking problem. And who do you blame? The dumb bitch mayor from down there, right? So I don't know who to blame here, but the dumb bitch better wake up. If you're gonna have a certain percentage of units for low income or for fucking poor people, as I'll put it very frank, then make it right. It's either 50-50, tell the developer, go to hell, go back to China, go back to fucking Bangkok or wherever you're from, and shove it up your ass. The public wants housing, California needs housing, and America wants to build housings so we can grow, save America, and understand that when Trump becomes the president, we will not have the first black bitch in there with her San Francisco frisky talk telling us how great San Francisco was when she was a goddamn DA.
Does anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? You have 2 minutes. Come to the microphone.
Hello, this is Andy Porchap. I would like to just tell you, this is a great idea. I'm on board with you, and I'm not kidding. But I just don't know why we stopped at this 12,000 feet. We could have a 20-story building, and the first 5-story could be, stores and services like massage parlors, And that is a big, because all the new businesses open in Torrance, they are massage parlors. You don't even have to speak. They have Chinese and Korean interpreters. Anyway, lots of people would come, and we would make this building 20-story because, there is not too many places left in Torrance you can build. Not too many places. So I would recommend 20-25-story high, the first 3 or 5-story, full of stores, because retail is great right now, I see all the for lease signs, Sears is coming back, by the way. Don't let anything happen to the Sears store because they're coming back. So that's what we need, retail space, and maybe if they're not gonna be retail space, the Chinese is gonna send back the jobs here from China, and the jobs gonna come back. So we have 5-story for manufacturing, making little light bulbs or something, and hire people, that would hire people and get rid of the homelessness, you know what I mean? So more stories, more this place and that place, retail and manufacturing, and massage parlors. That's the biggest industry that is booming.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? All right. Now we'll come back to this, to the council. Does any members of the council have questions for staff at this time? Councilman Kaji.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Question for staff. The 17 very low income units, was that voluntarily offered by the developer as part of this submittal?
Yes, it was included as part of the density bonus.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other members of the council have questions or comment? Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Michelle, can you explain what was the calculation? How did they come up with that number for affordable?
The affordability is based on a formula that's distributed by the state of California, and they are doing a 32.5%, they requested a 32.5% density bonus, which then relates to 10% of the units being at the very low income.
Yeah, and the low income is for drive from the feds, whatever the low income. The low income criteria is from the Fed, right?
No, the very low income is set by the state of
State-
California.
Okay, state of California. Okay,
Yes.
all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Anyone else from the council have comments or questions? I don't see any. Then I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. City Clerk, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3934, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving a development agreement between the City of Torrance and Gable House Development, LLC, related to a development at 22501 Hawthorne Boulevard, Torrance, California, assessors parcel number 7368-001-015.
Move to adopt ordinance 3934.
Mayor, if I can just make sure that in the adoption of the ordinance, that we are also actually adopting CEQA, the revised CEQA number that I had stated.
And the ordinance summary for publication.
So
Yeah.
the number 15332 infill development?
Correct. Where did that come from?
I don't know. Oh, there it is.
Oh.
I'm sorry, my request to speak,
Voice.
my request to
Go
speak
ahead, go
button
ahead,
doesn't
go
work.
ahead.
Yes, so I guess adopt ordinance 3934 and determine that the project is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. See, and CEQA guidelines, section 15061B.
And then approve the ordinance.
And approve
No,
the ordinance.
15332, infill development. The one that's listed here is the incorrect one.
Oh, it's the incorrect.
Yes.
Okay, we'll go with yours and approve an ordinance for summary publication.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. There are no agency agendas. There are no reading of ordinances. Moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speaker and oral communications are only limited to oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting a handout material, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. I see, is there anyone from the public who has not spoken on any? Sir, you spoke on oral communications number 1. If you have not spoken in oral communications, step up to the microphone. I wasn't sure if she's coming up at first. Okay, all right. Okay, then I'll bring it up to the council. First one in the order. Sir, you're disrupting the meeting. You're disrupting the meeting. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Had the pleasure of attending the city's employee appreciation picnic. I just wanted to say how well done everything is. I want to thank the employee group for putting that together for the city employees and their families. I gave City Manager Shaparian a request for next year, which is an adult slip and slide. Also, I think that could be fun, or Mr. Santana, we can maybe do it in a brewery and kind of sit and slide, you know, whatever. But it was a great outing. So thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a statement. I wish the gentleman wouldn't leave because I would like to have him hear this. But when I started in 2018, there was a certain sense of decorum within the chambers. And I don't know what happened. You know, as the years progressed, things changed. And this is not about the First Amendment, okay? They have the right to yell at us, F-bomb us, do whatever. But I think the message gets so diluted when people start yelling and F-bombing us and really saying derogatory things, racist things. That's something that, you know, I get it. Legally, we have to sit here and endure it, but you know, it really makes the experience of engaging with the public, you know, both ways, less pleasant. Because, you know, we'd probably listen a hell lot more if they weren't yelling at us, you know, and I'm okay with people yelling. Again, you know, they have a constitutional right to do that, but I think the message is just gets broken. And it also, you know, people that do that, they need to also understand that there's families that are watching this at home that, you know, come on, we're better than this. And, you know, let's just have a dialogue. You can be upset at us without, you know, using the F-bombs and saying some pretty darn stupid racist crap. That's just not good, not good. And I'm so disappointed. And then it almost infects other people to do the same. And it's very disappointing. I'm kind of, in a way, heartbroken. But I think we can do better. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shate.
Thank you, Mayor. Ditto, Councilman Matucci. Agree. I also had the opportunity to attend the Torrance Employee Family Picnic at Delthorne Park. I think that was a wonderful event. I see a lot of smiley faces. That was a lot of good vibes. Thank you for all attending, and thank you to Ram and your team for organizing this. I think that was very positive. I also had an opportunity to attend Madrona Marsh 50th anniversary celebration at the Depot Restaurant. I think I was with Councilman Gerson with that event, and it was a fresh of breath there. Very nice event they put together, good event. And I want to congratulate them for their 50th anniversary. They are really the beacon of dedication to our Madrona Marsh. Thank you for all the volunteer work the Friends of Madrona Marsh, they do. Also had the opportunity to attend 82nd Annual Nise Week Festival, Grand Parade, and at the Little Tokyo. It was another good received event by the community. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Councilman Gerson.
Kind of a little bittersweet. It's my last full meeting before I go back to school. Been teaching, this will be my 27th year, and so I won't be saying much because I'll be eager to go home and sleep because I'll have to entertain kids. So this one's going to be a little longer because it has been so much fun and so much excitement. But first, I want to touch on what Councilmember Matucci said, because my daughter actually got upset on the night of my installation because one of our hecklers was heckling. I've been teaching for 27 years, and now I'm in high school, but I was in middle school most of the time, so you'd be amazed at what I can block out. So I don't remember anything that was heckled, but apparently it bothered her. And it's sad that my two children can't watch a city council meeting because of the heckling and the cursing and the lack of decorum. And as you indicated, the moment that one of the people speaking tonight used the N-word, I didn't hear anything he said after that because he was blocked out in my middle school teacher mentality of just I can't listen to that, and it's sad to see. And Councilmember Lewis, I'm apologetic and offended for you, and it was tough. But on a happier note, so I want to thank Councilmember Kaji for his comments today about. We know the fastest growing segment of homeless in LA County is seniors, and I'm happy to hear Councilmember Kaji discuss that. It's not just an apartment issue in the city of Torrance, it's also a mobile home issue. This last weekend, I was invited to a meeting by the Skyline Affordable Housing Committee because Senator Bellin Allen sent a staff member there. And this group has really educated themselves into the laws and the bills, and they're following them and moving what's being held up by the court system, and so knowledgeable. And I was happy to be able to bridge the gap between some of the conversations and help the senator staff understand what it looks like from the perspective of a senior living in Torrance. I also had the pleasure of meeting, because of that meeting, 80-year-old woman who I believe actually lives in Councilmember Councilmember Lewis's district, and 80-year-old woman who, according to her, has paid her rent on time for every month for 12 years, and her landlord is using a fence that she put up legally 5 years ago to force her into a situation where he's threatened to evict her. And eviction from your own home, because she owns the mobile home, and then he gets it by possession. And so it's a very interesting conversation about legalities and what this 80-year-old woman's rights are. Just as another example of what's happening here in our city. And so, yes, I am also very concerned about our seniors who are on fixed incomes, and that we should have the right to age in place in our beautiful city. I want to welcome the Kashiwa delegation. We have the adult leader and 8 students from Kashiwa, Japan. Most of us were at the welcome banquet. I know I will be at the Sayonara banquet as well. I'm always happy when they come here. And to pair with that, I want to congratulate Mayor Chen and Councilmember Kaji and the city for its recent friendship signing with Bizen City, Japan. And it's not just that relationship where we have a mayor who had 148 students here in town and wants to bring 200 students to Torrance, which helps our hotels and helps our restaurants and the relationship with our schools. But to see the further tightening of the relationship between the city of Torrance and the Consul General of Japan, and the city of Torrance and the Japanese Business Association, those relationships which have been so essential to the development of the city of Torrance over the years, and keeping that strong relationship as it continues on for many, many more years. And so I want to congratulate everyone for participating in that. I want to thank our supervisor, Han, was happy to represent at the Cancer Support Community event. That was a beautiful event, a fundraiser for an entity that used to be homed in Redondo Beach and now is housed here in our city, who does wonderful programs. You already touched on the City of Torrance's employee picnic, which was a wonderful event. I want to congratulate staff for that. National Night Out, where we all were. Chief, that was wonderful. Thank you to your staff for putting together. But District 6 also had two local parties, and I want to thank Donna Sujimoto. She had 90 people attend at our local party in Hickory Park, and I want to congratulate Ralph Hernandez, who had about 30 people attend the local party at Deportola Park. Those are both great events. And then good stuff is happening at the Torrance Airport. I want to thank Sling and their owners for being inspired. They did their first pancake breakfast, and they were expecting 20 people and instead got several hundred people. And it was a great event. They had a station for children to be able to do artwork. They had a station where children were building an airplane, and they were allowed children getting into one of their aircraft and actually getting to move the gears. And we were all looking at it going, that's going to have to go in to talk to the mechanic just to make sure it's still in good repair after they were done with it. But they plan on doing it again for Saturday of next month, and welcome everyone to come. And I think I'll end there because that's a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I too, like some of the other council members, attended the Nisei Week parade. I grew up going to the parade from the time I was a little kid, so returning to Little Tokyo and seeing a lot of familiar faces was great. I also had a great time reaching out to the LAPD who lined the parade route and had a lot of fun in telling them about our city recruiting bonus. And we got a lot of interested looks from LAPD officers, so let's keep up the good work. Also, I did have a chance a few weeks ago to visit with homeowners in the El Camino Village area who are in their Neighborhood Watch program. So to them who are watching tonight, you did see the previous action taken by the council, and we're now going to move forward with a study. So I'm sure that we'll be in contact with you in the near future. Lastly, I just wanted to also commend the staff at the North Torrance Library. Our city manager, Ram Japarian, forwarded a voicemail to me. So I'd like to commend our librarian, Heather Cousins, along with the staff at North Torrance Library, and continue the good work. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Lewis had clicked in. Did you want to add to your story real quick?
Yes, thank you for noticing that. I want to go back to Councilmember Gerson because what a lot of people did not see, because it was not on camera, is when the council walked into the chambers tonight, there was a swastika that a member had bought in under the auspices of free speech and laid it across a chair that was visible for everyone in the chamber. So, Councilmember Gerson, back to you, that you or any of your family members and anyone in the community, frankly, had to be subjected to that as well. Thanks.
Yeah, that was a hard night for me as well. So I apologize to all of you that were affected in a similar way that all of us up here were, and just the way that people can't be kind. But nevertheless, going to some kinder things to talk about. Although I couldn't attend the appreciation luncheon, I just want to say a shout out to all of you that I appreciate you more than you know. Team Torrance is really the best. Wanted to give a little shout out to the Torrance Theater Company. Little Mermaid's getting rave reviews. I wanted to go to the closing performance, so I'll be going at 8 o'clock on the 17th. There's tickets still available, so I hear it is phenomenal. One person said, best Little Mermaid they've seen, so want to go and see that. also got to ride along in the parade this weekend. That was so much fun, and I kept thanking all the police officers as well and just saying, come to Torrance. But it was great. I do want to make a mention, though, out of just respect for a dear, dear person, Dominique Iannetti, one of the key members of Doc Magic, which is a Torrance-based company in downtown Torrance, transitioned to the Lord a couple of weeks ago, and just a wonderful person. So keeping him and his family in my thoughts and prayers. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Well, it looks like the city council's been busy, and our city's been busy. I look at all the things. Little Mermaid, I went last Saturday, fantastic show. I think I'm exercising. I can't remember. The side of my brain that's not as culturally developed. The Beeson City, the Beeson City signing, I think that was great. And as I think of Beeson City, I think of that closing the LA, Paris Olympics. I'm looking forward to LA 28, and staff knows I've been looking forward to LA 28 for a long time, and hopefully that we're firing all our cylinders, trying to take advantage of what's to come during LA 28 with our hotels, restaurants, transportation, and any potentially work up to the final knockout rounds for the medal competition. I want to make a correction to someone who shared in oral communication number 1, when the person was alluding to that the city council with the proposed charter amendment is removing the airport fund. The recommendation is removing the verbiage in the charter. The airport fund is not getting removed. The airport funds remains intact, just like other enterprise funds the city manages, like the sanitation fund, for example, or the transit fund. So I just want to make sure that no one took away of what was spoken as fact. It's actually not true. It's going to be, we review the budget, and we always have public hearings, so it's always transparent, and everyone can see where all the funds are. So I just want to make sure we clarify that. If you need the facts, actually a lot of the facts with respect to the airport are on our Torrance homepage on Trending in Torrance. So those are where all the facts are. So hopefully all the residents will continue to make sure, fact check anything that's being spread around on email or social media. And one other item I participated last Saturday was an event called the Rafu Matsumi Kai's 30th anniversary. Just want to congratulate that organization for celebrating their 30th anniversary. Right after that, went to the Torrance Employee Picnic. It was a very busy day. There's a lot of things going on in the city of Torrance, and I just want all the residents to know that we are working hard for you. We actually, despite all the rumbling you hear sometimes with the foul language and they're yelling at us, we are still here to serve you, the majority of you. And if there are issues that you have questions, my suggestion is send us an email or call us. Sending a Facebook message or a complaint is not really a very effective way, especially if you want facts. And this is I'm really reaching out for those in the community. If you have a question or you need clarification and complaint, write to us in an email. It's easy, but don't spread false rumors, because false rumors is very dangerous and it's not productive to our city. Kasha students, you got about a week left. Continue to enjoy in the city of Torrance. As we conclude the evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation, interest, and staying informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. And just so the public don't know, there's a few technical difficulties tonight. We hear you, we're aware, and we will make the necessary tweaks. We've been meeting not in this chamber for the last month or so because we're upgrading some of the audio visuals. So those will get worked. So just hang tight with us. We are aware of it. In case you missed any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I move to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Mr. Dominic Ianetti to Tuesday, August 20th, 2024 at 5 p.m. for closed session and regular business commencing at 6:30 in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chamber.
Thank you for that, and I second that. Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you and good night.